future of online speech. I think it's fair to say that Section 230 is one of the most prominent features of the ongoing so-called techlash. The law passed in 1996 provides a liability shield to interactive computer services for the majority of content posted by users and encourages content moderation. It has been the target of bipartisan attack in the last few months, in case you hadn't noticed. To many on the political right, Section 230, which is sometimes portrayed as a big tech subsidy, allows for some of the best-known American firms such as Google, Twitter, and Facebook to engage in politically motivated content moderation. There are also questions about whether prominent social media sites should be considered common carriers or a public forum. Many on the political left have criticized Section 230 in the wake of atrocities such as the Pittsburgh Tree of Life synagogue shooting and the massacre in Christchurch, New Zealand, with many social media companies being criticized for not doing enough to tackle white supremacist content. There are also concerns about harassment and revenge pornography. More recently, there have been bipartisan attempts to hold Section 230 hostage in legislative efforts to combat child sex abuse material. And while concerns about such material are, of course, well-founded, legislative proposals such as the Earn It Act have highlighted the risks to privacy and security associated with proposals to make Section 230 liability contingent on breaking encryption. Worries about Section 230 offer us an opportunity to tackle questions such concerns raise. What obligations, if any, do interactive computer services have when it comes to respecting a variety of political opinions? Is there any evidence that Silicon Valley is in fact engaged in a campaign of anti-conservative content moderation? Are there ways to tackle the spread of harassing white supremacist and terrorist content without hampering the spread of valuable speech? What does the history of internet content moderation in the US and abroad reveal about the best practices and misguided approaches? Fortunately, we are joined today by a range of policy professionals, academics, and industry representatives ready to tackle these and other important questions. And while taking part in today's conference, I hope that we can keep in mind that the internet is much more than big tech, and we should consider the impact reforms will have not only on household names such as Facebook, but other firms with less of a cultural foothold. We should also, of course, remember that while some of the companies we discussed today are American, they have a global reach. Before handing over to my colleague, John Samples, who will be moderating the first panel, I'd like to make a quick note about the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. Given the current situation, I hope that we can all put a few social conventions to one side and not take it personally if people won't shake your hand or give you a hug or stand too close to you. I should mention that for Q&A, we're not going to be handing around microphones. What we'll do is we'll have you stand up and project, and the moderator of every panel will repeat the question out loud. I would stress, in case some of my moderators are too shy to note, that the Q&A session is the question and answer session, not the statement, monologue, and answer session. Questions are sentences that end in question marks. If nothing else, please hold on to that for the duration of the day. Some of you may already know or have noticed, but the reception has been canceled, so we'll be wrapping up around 3 o'clock today. As a reminder, the hashtag for today's event is #CatoTechnology, and I hope you'll feel free to use it to ask questions throughout the day, whether in the Hayek Auditorium or watching from home or work. Thank you again for coming. All that remains is for you to join me in welcoming John Samples in the first panel. Thank you.
So you're in the nearest chair here. Sorry. Well, good morning, and welcome to our conference, to the series of hardy souls that live up to libertarian views about risk and are making a rational assessment and decided what you see today is going to be worth it, and I think it will be. I thought I might say a few words. We originally had planned a sort of brief discussion with the authors, the co-authors of Section 230. They unfortunately can't make it, and so we're going to go straight into really questions about private content moderation of social media. So what's the connection between these two things? The topic of the conference, Section 230, and the topics we'll be talking about immediately of looking at really local issues of private content moderation and also global standards. I think the connections are that Section 230, now 25 years old, really looks forward to a world in which mostly the control and watching over and regulation, really, of the internet, of social media, is done by private entities. It both gives liability protection to those entities, which has now become somewhat more controversial, but it's still very solid law there on the one hand. And on the other hand, it also says directly and in a way encourages private content moderation by listing some of the kinds of things that could be removed, could be regulated by private entities. So the connection between Section 230 and our panel is we're going to be talking about how that moderation is done here, the past and future of content moderation on the one hand, and then I think also looking at a really important issue, which is the question of standards and whether those standards might be something beyond the nation state today. So with that, let's get started. We have three guests today, and as I said, I think our theme is going to be the local and the global. Our first, I'll introduce everyone, and then we'll go to the conversation. On your far left, and the first seat is Jessica Ashu, who is Director of Policy at Reddit since 2017. Prior to that, she was Deputy Director of the Middle East Strategy Task Force at the Atlantic Council, a job which produces some interesting Google searches. If you do,
I have a fan club.
Jessica apparently is part of some vast conspiracy or the other, in which, of course, we welcome you. Cato is sometimes part of vast conspiracies. Jessica received both MPhil and DPhil from Oxford University, where she attended as a Marshall Scholar. This distinguished background was topped off by her stint as a Cato intern. To my immediate right, your left, Evelyn Aswad. Evelyn is a professor of law and the Herman G. Kaiser Chair in International Law at the University of Oklahoma School of Law. She's also director of the Center for International Business and Human Rights, a very apt position for our topic today. Prior to joining the College of Law, Professor Aswad served for about 14 years as an attorney in the Legal Bureau of the U.S. Department of State, most recently as the head of the Office of Human Rights and Refugees. So she's back in D.C. for a while. And to my left, and on your right, if you're watching online, is Flemming Rose, who is a Danish journalist, author, and senior fellow here at the Cato Institute. He previously served as the foreign affairs at the leading Danish newspaper, which I only try to pronounce at my own risk. So take it from me, it was the leading paper. As cultural editor of the same newspaper, he was principally responsible for the September 2005 publication of the cartoons that initiated the Muhammad cartoons controversy early in the next year. And since then, he has been an international advocate for free speech, and we're very happy to have him here at Cato. So let's get started. Jessica, when we first met, we had lunch, and you mentioned to me that Reddit has, and I was, talking to people at Facebook and reading, and Facebook was moving heaven and earth to get 10,000 content moderators, and then 20,000, and maybe in a couple of years we'll have 40,000. And you told me at lunch, Reddit already has 100,000 content moderators. I just found that amazing, right? And they're all volunteers, or almost all of them are volunteers. So content moderation is really local to the platform, and indeed it's pretty local. There are standards, but it's pretty local to the subreddits, right? That's an attractive concept. What I got for lunch is she's not only a Cato intern, she's running a Cato, she's a policy at a Cato business. This is a decentralized, non-concentrated form of content moderation, right? Very attractive idea. Could you explain more about how it works at Reddit? And how could this be used more broadly? Should it be used more broadly?
Great. Thanks so much, John, for having me, and thanks everybody for braving plague and pestilence to be here with us this morning. As you mentioned, it's a pleasure for me to be back at the Cato Institute. I think the last time that I was on this stage was about 15 years ago, and we were debating the Heritage Foundation interns about gay marriage, and we won. The law was on our side.
Oh, we always do win that, by the way.
I know. Great New York Times piece about that the last summer. But anyway, to the topic at hand, Reddit does things very differently. We're a different company from other platforms that you may be more familiar with and you may use more. The real defining feature of Reddit is that you can think of us as a federal system. We have really a system of message boards that are organized around interest. Whatever topic of interest fascinates you. And it can be from anything from cats to knitting to the NBA to power washing carpets, r/power washing porn. It's one of our most watched communities. And the distinguishing feature about these subreddits is that they're all user created and user moderated. So if you create the subreddit, you automatically become the first moderator. And all of these moderators, as John mentioned, are anonymous to us because we are a pseudonymous platform. We're not a model that's based on hoovering up all of your personal data. We don't require your real name. We don't require your photograph. We don't require anything of that nature. And so all of our moderators are volunteer users who are just very dedicated to whatever topic they're engaging on Reddit in. And so to John's point, we have upwards of 100,000 of these volunteers who are governing their communities. And they're governing their communities according to rules that they actually set themselves. So I always use a very silly example to illustrate this because it proves a point. We have a community called r/cats standing up. The only thing that is allowed in that community is photos of cats standing up on 2 legs, not 4 legs. If it's on 4 legs, it gets removed. If it's a dog, get out of here, take that somewhere else. Furthermore, the only thing that you're allowed to comment in that community is the word cat, period. If you put anything other than the word cat, period, it will be removed by the moderators, and we actually provide them with some automated tools to do so. So this is a silly example, but you can see very clearly how it would be applied to other subreddits where they perhaps discuss more serious topics around race, topics around addiction support, where you'd really want to have those controls. But it's very important that they're coming from the moderators themselves and not from Reddit. Sitting on top of those subreddit rules, as we call them, and you can think of those as kind of federal or municipal laws, if you're thinking in that federal analogy, is the Reddit content policy. And you can think of that as our Constitution. And that we set from Reddit Inc. And like the US Constitution, it's high level and principles based. So it includes things like don't encourage or cheer on violence, don't harass people, don't dox people, share their personal information, don't share what we call involuntary pornography, things of that nature. And so all of our communities, like the US Constitution, are obligated to abide by that content policy. But for the very, very specific things that only make sense for their community, that is all left up to the subreddit moderators. And so the last point that I'll make about this system is that not only does it work very well, I think, compared to more centralized systems, but an important point that's lost is that it is derived to a certain extent from necessity. Reddit is actually a much smaller company than people realize because our user base is huge, right? We're 430 million monthly active users, but people don't realize we're only a company of 600 employees, 200 of which have joined in the last year. So when I joined the company in 2017, we were actually fewer than 200 employees. So we're very much kind of in this startup scaling mode, even though our footprint on the internet is very large. And so we rely on our community as a matter of necessity. And I think it's something that the rest of the industry is probably going to have to take a look at as the industry continues to scale. Because when you're talking about Facebook numbers, for example, you can hire 20,000 content moderators if you have the resources of a company like that. We don't. We're still on venture funding. We're not profitable. But even if you're hiring 20,000 content moderators against 2 billion users, I mean, that's a drop in the bucket. That's what you've lost already. The only thing that scales with users is other users. And so that's why the Reddit philosophy is that you have to involve your users in your governance system.
So now that's the sort of local view of it. Let's go to the global, not in platforms, but in standards. Now, here's the issue. You think about Reddit, well, they have their standards and they're locally applied. That's one thing. A lot of people tend to think about content moderation in terms of national law. So frequently this discussion in the United States is going to be about First Amendment doctrine, those kinds of ideas, or indeed what this conference is about, Section 230, and how it shapes the discussion and social media. When you think about it, though, there's another alternative, which is there's free speech law that's embedded in international human rights standards, right? And those standards on traditional sovereign governments have had limited effects, but they have a potential. Why do they have a potential? Well, think about Facebook. 200 million American users, 3 billion users in total, right? There's a lot of people using it outside the United States and outside of Europe, so it's a natural thing, I think, to turn to these international standards, provided that they have a sense that they might be legitimate in cross-border controls in a way that other laws aren't. Now, Evelyn, you've argued that international human rights law should be for the businesses. Not that it's obligatory in a legal sense, but the businesses should take up these standards precisely because it would be a great way to protect speech. Could you tell us about that and why it's important for the future?
Yeah, sure. So let me address first why I believe the international human rights standards are speech protective. So the standard for international free speech protections comes from the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 19. And essentially, it's a three-part test. And this is a one strike and you're out test. So the three-part test is, the first part is known as legality test, which means speech laws cannot be unduly vague. If they are vague, they will be illegal under international human rights law. Second test is the legitimacy test, which means a speech restriction must be for a legitimate public interest rationale. So keeping an incumbent in power, not a legitimate public interest reason to ban speech. Public health, national security, a good faith invocation of those would be. Last test, third test, is the necessity test. And this covers, among other things, that a speech restriction must be the least intrusive means of achieving that legitimate interest. So that requires governments, and I'm arguing would require companies, to go through a three-part test. First, is there a way of achieving the legitimate public interest goal without restricting or infringing on speech at all? Governments, and I argue platforms, need to go through that analysis. Can they be doing things short of speech bans? If they can, the speech ban is unnecessary, and thus the speech ban is illegal. Second, if they cannot do more, they don't have a toolkit to address the problem that works, they need to look at their continuum of options and choose the least restrictive means, least intrusive means, I should say. So, for example, the UN human rights machinery has told governments for defamation cases, criminal sanctions and excessive civil sanctions are unnecessary. They are not the least intrusive means. They must fail for that reason. Then governments, and I argue platforms, need to monitor if that infringement on speech is counterproductive or ineffective. If it is, it no longer meets the necessity test. This test applies even to international law's mandatory bans on hate speech. So it is a significant limit even on provisions of international law that require banning hate speech. The reason I feel this is very protective of speech is essentially for the same reasons that Nadine Strawson mentions in her book on hate speech, and why she has endorsed this standard for platforms as well. These two tests of vagueness and least intrusive means have been what has made the First Amendment such a standard that's protective of speech. So many laws fail those two tests. And we see that through the UN human rights machinery's condemnation of laws around the world, European hate crimes laws, the NetzDG law, Italy's fake news provisions. These have all been condemned under this three-part test, and because particularly of those two tests, necessity and vagueness. So for those reasons, I think it is speech protective and would be useful for our platforms to look at that in developing their own rules. I think it's useful because merely saying we're going to apply our nation's law to you is not always a very persuasive statement for people around the world, right? The international standard, though, it is persuasive. And in fact, the UN has passed a global responsibility standard which our own government has called on American companies to treat as a minimum standard in their operations, and that is to align their business operations in a way that seeks to avoid infringing on human rights. So we have called on them to think in this way. And all the governments have in the world, too. So for that reason, they would not be imposing anything on these other countries. They would be merely doing what they have been asked to do at the UN.
So it is interesting. A person that was originally intending to appear here, Kate Klonick, wrote an article. She, by the way, her institution didn't let her come. They, as a way, prohibited travel. She wrote an article, one of the first articles about this kind of content moderation. And at Facebook, around a decade or so ago, they were just looking at stuff and taking it down. And then suddenly they realized very self-consciously that, wait a minute, we're crossing borders here. We're applying American human rights standards in the sense of free speech standards. America's very protective worldwide and seen as very protective worldwide for free speech. And it became more problematic. And in a sense, that was the moment at which these questions inside the companies began to become problematic. And we're still in that, trying to figure out a solution to that. Fleming, I know you've been reading, thinking about a book by David Kay on this same topic. How do you view the international human rights standards as a free speech advocate?
Well, first, I want to commend Evelyn and the Obama administration in 2011, the work you did in the Human Rights Council by returning and trying to narrow the scope, get away with the concept of defamation of religion, in fact, which I was a target some years ago, and they used the Khartoum crisis as a case in point to impose new restrictions on government when it comes to blasphemy. And I also commend you for trying to, and David Kay, for trying to narrow the scope of the concept of hate speech. But because of a few things, the international human rights law foundation for handling or tackling hate speech was flawed from its inception. Calls for banning speech that is not inciting imminent harm, but inciting hatred, and is not focusing on the consequences of speech, but of the content. And it's basically what Nadine Strossen calls non-emergency restrictions. So my problem is that I don't think that international human rights law's conception of hate speech lives up to the standards that follows the First Amendment doctrine when it comes to viewpoint neutrality and when it comes to the emergency test. Although, I mean, international human rights law is better than what Facebook is doing at the moment, but I don't think it fits the First Amendment doctrine. And if you just take Brandenburg versus Ohio, which is one of the foundational decisions when it comes to protection of so-called hate speech in the U.S., I don't think any other country who is within the UN system would protect this kind of speech. But I don't know, where this will go. But I'm skeptical so far. Although I admire the work you've done, and I also think David Kay is doing a good job. But what will happen the day David Kay is gone, and somebody else is the UN rapporteur for free speech? The United States has withdrawn from the Human Rights Council. So I think international human rights law is very fragile, while the First Amendment doctrine is very robust and has shown its value on its merits and in reality.
So it seems to me there's several issues here, but one is with Reddit. I can see why Reddit would be legitimate, right? In the sense of, if I go to Reddit as I do, and go on some of these subreddits, and something gets taken down, something I write gets taken down, you know, I can just leave, right? If I know what the system is, the system seems to work fairly well. The moderators are kind of like everybody else. You can see it's that local area. I think there's the real issue is the one you point to. Is it the case that if you start using data on users for an advertising play, as it were, which can be very lucrative and successful, are you then led to the problem of having to oversee speech because all sorts of speech will appear on your platform that drives people away from the platform, right? If, you know, it's not unimaginable that Facebook without moderation looks like, or splits into many things, but one of them would be 8chan, right? So is it the fact the profit imperative leads to the oversight, and that the local problem, the locality and sort of decentralized, close to us content moderation is bound up with the problem of not collecting data, even though, so the legitimacy and making it broader is harder. On the other hand, with international human rights standards, you can see why other countries might not accept American standards, but on the other hand, the United States, it could be a problem, the fragility of it, but also the legitimacy of human rights. I mean, I know we've signed on to these things, but it does seem, you mentioned we've left a UN body. It seems like we come and go. Is that true? And that we come and go, and we leave, and we go back?
The U.S. has also made reservations when it comes to Article 22 and the Convention Against Racism.
Right. So there's that, but the acceptance, I guess, I can see where the companies who are international would see this, and indeed, I expect that when Facebook announces its board and gets a board of oversight, when they get going, it's going to be a natural tendency to think about international standards, and there they are. So there's that. But I guess I'm asking the question, the crucial thing here is accepting it, accepting that these companies have a right to regulate because the standards themselves are the ones we want. So these seem to be, what do you think about this? About I'm sure a lot of people at Reddit have thought about the issue of profitability and where we go from here, and but expanding the model seems to be attractive to a libertarian or any kind of breaking down power. But what do you think about that issue?
Yeah, so on the question of user data, we feel extremely strongly that privacy is not in conflict with building a successful ads business. And so we're not interested in changing that model and collecting new user data. It's just not in the cards for us. That said, I think it's important to, I don't draw the same connection between questions of profitability and questions of content moderation, because the number one thing that's driving our approach to content moderation is our values. We have platform values that we publish for all of our users, and at the core of that value system is to build something that our users love. And no one loves to be on a platform that's full of invective. And so we're keeping our users in mind when we approach these difficult questions of content moderation. To the question of internationalization and how we scale internationally, that's something that we're actively thinking about right now, because Reddit is still primarily driven by US traffic, but like any business, we need to go where the users are, and most of the users are outside of the United States. So if we want to grow, we need to grow internationally. And that's starting to raise questions of how do you deal with different standards around the world. And this is something where our subreddit system and the user-based moderation system really, really shines at, because we're not left having to scramble from the center to try and interpret how something is going to be viewed in India or how something is going to be viewed in South Africa, because the moderators of those communities come from those communities. And so they are able to automatically localize. We don't need to do that from the center. And so in that sense, it's a really, really applicable model to any internationalization.
It occurred to me, a lot of people, and one of the interesting things about Silicon Valley is a kind of engineer's point of view, which is engineers are like economists. The first words out of their mouth is always, what's the trade-off? What are we trading off? And for all I've said about the locality and and you just made the point about being close to people in other countries, a lot of it, I've noticed also many people in this area hold out the possibility that you would really develop a more broad, for lack of another word, human consciousness, an international sense of being part of a larger undertaking, right? And they see that possibility growing out of not nation states, but out of these communication technologies. But again, there's this question of legitimacy, and I think maybe that's a particularly American problem, because I think Europeans, I may be wrong, but well, maybe I am wrong, because they seem to be throwing out or rebelling against the European Commission. What do you think about these issues of legitimacy, Emma?
Yeah, so just to take it back one step, I think the reason American platforms have moved away from the First Amendment is beyond trying to appeal to people around the world. They've had a lot of pressure domestically within the United States from the press, civil society, and American politicians to take down offensive material, to clean up their platforms, right? So the pressure has come not just internationally, but domestically, and I think that's kind of interesting in this space too, because they are no longer in a First Amendment space, right? We have to admit our companies are not implementing First Amendment based principles, at least the largest ones that we tend to focus on. So in terms of your question of legitimacy, where does that leave us? I think it leaves us trying to get them to at least live up to international human rights standards, to not be making decisions based solely on the values of a particular CEO when it comes to speech, but to be putting themselves through this very principled framework of making themselves think about, are their restrictions vague, and are they the least intrusive means on speech? That's what we are asking them to think about. And to address some of Fleming's wonderful points, I agree, and I've raised in my article, The Future of Freedom of Expression Online, that this is fragile, this human rights law regime that Eleanor Roosevelt put in place and that generations of American diplomats have fought at the UN to maintain strong protections for freedom of expression. It's fragile because most of the rest of the world is trying to work within that framework to erode it, right? Because they do not live up to these standards. That doesn't mean there's a problem with the standard, it means there's an implementation problem. And as Fleming points out, the US has walked away from the Human Rights Council 2 years ago, and we had walked away as well in the Bush administration. And each time we're not there are serious attempts to erode freedom of expression more and more. So my argument is, from civil society, from American business interests, need to be there strengthening it. It will be lost, and once otherwise. And if it is lost, what is left? It won't be the First Amendment, and it won't be the standard Eleanor Roosevelt created for us. It'll be something much more restrictive of speech. So I think that brings a lot of legitimacy, in my view, to garnering like-minded people on freedom of expression to back this and not just leave it to 1 or 2 American NGOs to care that the US has walked away from the Human Rights Council.
There's always, this occurred to me just now, there's always this problem, is there not, that the companies are also committed to following the law in whatever country they're in.
Yes.
And of course they don't have, they don't have guns and so on, they're not real governments. So it's very hard to resist that. You can get thrown out of the country, or most of the law, many times the laws they carry out are fine, but many of them are also different on speech. So that's, I struggle to see how that's going to, beyond the publicity issue, how you're going to apply law in that way to those countries when you're committed to that.
So what we argue from a UN corporate responsibility point of view, applying the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, and I'm also a member of the Global Network Initiative, where companies like Facebook, Google, others have pledged to try to hold foreign countries in their implementation of their speech restrictions to international human rights norms, specifically ICCPR Article 19. They are not required to violate local law, but they should try to do what is possible to minimize human rights harms. So that might be requiring a local government to give you a request for user information by using their appropriate domestic laws and getting a warrant, right? It could be by suing the local government under local law. It could be narrowly interpreting requests, but they shouldn't be blindly just capitulating and aiding and abetting foreign governments that violate international standards. They should hold them to the same standard. And that's what makes use of the standard so useful for content moderation, is the companies would be using it for both sides of the coin. And I tell companies, let international human rights law be your sword and your shield. It is your shield in your company's corporate speech codes, because when you are attacked by foreign governments, you can say, I am living up to international human rights standards on speech. For example, when the Europeans try to pressure our companies to adopt hate speech codes. And when countries have laws that violate international standards, they apply that same body of law to tell them, here is why we are resisting. You are the one departing from international standards. So it has an elegance in terms of a symmetry, both for company speech codes and for resisting governmental attempts to restrict speech.
And John, can I jump in on that? One other really important thing that companies can do in situations where they need to push back on foreign governments is to be transparent about takedowns that are government coerced when they're unavoidable. So Reddit just released 2 weeks ago our annual transparency report. And we report every government takedown that we do, what country it comes from. We're very transparent about that. And it's useful in speaking with governments that they know that any request that they make of us is going to be made public. And so it's a useful check on the system to make them think twice. And in situations where the law makes it unavoidable to have a takedown, you have a public record of it, and that's up for discussion.
Well, I just to follow up on your point that different countries have different laws, and they also have different norms about what you can say and what you cannot say, even though it might not be codified into law. Steak in Texas is perceived different than in India, where it can cause, uproar in the streets, and people can get very angry and violent. So I think one question is whether this is feasible at all, because we have different cultures and we have different norms and how to go about it. And at the same time, the technology crosses borders. And in fact, the cartoon crisis was a very good example of how norms and concepts in different parts of the world clashes. Should the law of Saudi Arabia apply in Denmark? Because people in Saudi Arabia can watch content that is published in Denmark. And so I think there is a struggle, a power struggle, in fact, going on about these norms. And I mean, I would still go for a First Amendment standard, but I acknowledge that this is complicated, probably utopian vision. But as a matter of principle, I think the emergency principle and viewpoint neutrality in a globalized world where we have to manage differences and diversity of values and cultures is really a golden standard that I would like to see put into the real world.
So there's another issue here that will come up more, I think, thinking about the cartoons crisis. We were talking about this the other day. On the one hand, there's government rules about incitement, and they're going to be varied, but in some cases really suppressive of free speech. There's also the individual's point of view, right? Your point of view, if we look back in time, a future Fleming Rose is thinking about running cartoons like that for reasons internal to the country. They also have to think about the possibility that this goes out to a large number of people, and it could, in a sense, it becomes a kind of version of heckler's veto. The fact that people are out there willing to act violently on your speech becomes, in fact, a kind of, it can institute what's called a spiral of silence, right? I mean, people can not say things because they're afraid of what happened. And I know, I know what you went through in 2005 and 6. And it may well be that that's just part of the story in the near future. This crossing of borders may be inherently part of that, and people may have to be willing to do that. Now, speaking of speech, let's go to our question session, our Q&A. We've got about 10 or 12 minutes. Just the way we'll do it today, because of the microphones, is just please, I'll recognize you, stand up, and if you want to, identify yourself. If you wish to remain anonymous, we hold out that possibility here at Cato. And then just let it hang out so I can hear, and then I'll repeat your question or paraphrase it for our audience. Gentlemen in...
Thank you, John. Steve Delgado, Net Choice. But a couple of questions for Jessica. You mentioned that the pseudonymous nature of Reddit is a feature, and I would ask you, how does that operate under a 230 regime like we have in this country with respect to the speaker not being identified? So 230 says the speaker is the party who's accountable. If the speaker's not identifiable, how do you handle that? And do you find that Reddit, that are relying on others in the community to do the moderation, how does that fit in with a 230 regime here? Thank you.
Yeah, great. Happy to speak to that. So we have very limited amounts of user data, and some of that we do have includes the IP address that you use to create the account from, and then we hold the active IP address for 90 days. We wipe it every 90 days. So in the event that law enforcement needs to have some user data from us, first of all, we ask for valid legal process. We won't hand over anything without valid legal process, and you can go online. We have our law enforcement guidelines that we use to determine whether something is valid or not. If they give us valid legal process, such as a warrant, then we will share what we have in that sense. But in terms of how Section 230 interacts with our moderator system, it is the main thing that allows us to have a user-led moderation system, because without something like Section 230, the liability on us would simply be too great. And I think one of the real tragedies of the current conversations around amending Section 230 is that it's potentially forcing companies to all coalesce around a centralized model that only the largest players use, and only the largest players have the resources to be able to use. So it's potentially forcing a very negative homogenization of the industry and different approaches to content moderation. And then lastly, it's really, really important to recognize that Section 230 not only protects us as Reddit Inc. from using our best judgment when making content moderation decisions, it protects every one of our users. We don't want them to be liable for undertaking content moderation decisions, because they're the ones who are primarily undertaking these decisions. I mentioned our transparency report. If you go to our transparency report, we publish statistics on every content takedown on Reddit. More than 99.7% of all content takedowns on Reddit are done at the moderator level, not by Reddit Inc. And so Section 230 is hugely important for preserving that system and for preserving diversity in content moderation in the industry.
As we go through the next few years, maybe some of these issues will be thrashed out and become more evident to people, what might happen if you change Section 230. Now, by the way, I really hate this section because it's always rude. I point at people and say, you. I mean, sorry about that, but it's inherent in the system. The lady on the aisle.
Yeah, I'm Maria Zuppello. I'm Italian, living in Brazil, so don't worry. I have a journalistic background, but I'm an expert on crime terror nexus in South America. So I'm here just to share with you some experience that we have in Brazil. Through Facebook and all the social media, we could rebuild a radical network with a radical preacher. The name is Ilgano Zene. If you go to Reddit today, you can find people discussing, talking about Ilgano Zene. What I want to say is that from one point of view, we can say that the social media are very important for people that work in law enforcement, in intelligence, because we have an amazing and impressive amount of data, information of ideas that are spreading at the right moment. But at the same time, they are dangerous because they are putting very radical ideas. They are spreading radical ideas not only in the United States, but in countries like Brazil that are facing other problems. So actually my insight is if you want to be global in terms of profit, business, I think that you must be global also in terms of knowledge and expertise. So it's just to share with you what kind of measures you are developing for countries like Brazil, like South America, where the law enforcement agencies work in a different way, and where we have drug trafficking, financing terrorism, I mean, huge problems.
So the remark in question goes to the issue of being sensitive or being knowledgeable about local conditions, really Brazil or otherwise. This does go to another question that I've always had, and whether it can be sustained, which is in some ways, for example, European law, to take the most obvious example, was that if you're in Germany, there are some things you can't see on Facebook that you can see in the United States because German law prohibits certain things from being expressed. And Facebook and maybe others handle that by geo-blocking, right? If you're, depends on where you are, is what you see. Now, it seems to me that that's not a sustainable kind of policy going on to your remark, right, as over time. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is sustainable. I really can't figure out why it isn't in some ways. It just seems like one set of standards, at least at some level for a company, is going to be the tendency. What does everyone think about the question that posed? What do you do to deal with a Brazil?
Yeah, so when you speak about geo-blocking, it's interesting because to get to the human rights, international human rights norms that are discussed, one of those is ensuring that you're limiting the scope as much as you can. And geo-blocking is actually a really interesting and useful tool for that because the content is not coming down globally. We always want to avoid the content from coming down globally if we can. But again, one of the most important things that you can do when you're having to unavoidably enforce local laws is to be transparent about that. And so, for example, on Reddit, when something is geo-blocked, it doesn't just simply go away as if it was never there. The user in that country sees a screen saying this content was blocked because of this law in your country. So we try and be very transparent about that.
But you know, another problem here is that there was a case in Austria, which is quite close to Germany in terms of norms, and I think it was the leader of the Green Party who sued somebody for defamation, and the courts obliged Google to take it down globally.
Yeah, there's an open, I mean, essentially the technology has, and other changes, revolt against internationalism, globalism, it's sort of like the coronavirus in the sense we suddenly find ourselves in a new era, and we've got some techniques and tools for dealing with it, and in part we don't, right? And so we're sort of feeling ourselves the way forward. Section 230 is interesting because it comes before it comes and is enacted in an era before all this sudden surprise is known, right? And so whether this will be sustainable or not is, and whether courts will, you know, extra national jurisdiction for courts. There was a lot of worry about the French right to be forgotten law for a while, and that seems to be a little less of an issue now. One last reminder here, remember you can, if you didn't feel able to come out today or you're watching us online, you can tweet questions for this panel or any panel in the future, and we'll take them up and be able to ask them to the panelists. As I think Matthew, yes, please.
My name is Courtney Raj, I'm the Advocacy Director at the Community to Protect Journalists, and I'd be interested to hear from the panel on specifically, for example, like forums on Reddit, such as Watch People Die or Gamergate, where you have on the one hand, you know, extremism, the violent, you know, imagery that's shown on people dying, which only came down after New Zealand put pressure on Reddit. And then second, Gamergate, which resulted in coordinated harassment campaigns against journalists, which had a silencing censorial impact. So I'm specifically interested in hearing from Evelyn, like how would international law look at those forums when they're double-edged in terms of their impact on other human rights, such as the right to life or the right to free speech of the affected party. And then second, for Jessica from Reddit, as you're thinking about globalizing, how could you think about taking the principles of Reddit and using those to push back in very restrictive places? And do you think that having physical infrastructure in a country not having that would prohibit you from being in that country and using your company as a way to open up space for free speech in countries that have very limited space for that?
So the questions are, first to Evelyn, international human rights, how do they protect, I think, people who are participants in a side? And then how do Reddit's principles do the same thing, or push back also against governments?
Victims. How do you
Victims,
balance
yeah.
victims?
Yeah, okay, great, great question, thank you. So you would have to go through the three-part test as usual, right? Make sure that the company's rules are not vague, that they have given appropriate notice to the users of their platform of what is allowed and what is not allowed. And then in terms of the least intrusive means test, where the UN machinery is at this point in the interpretations, and I acknowledge the fragility of that with the US not at the UN to be participating in this, they are very close, I would say, to an emergency test because the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression in 2012 and the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination in a general recommendation in, I think, 2013, have all said you need to look at the imminence of the harm before taking down speech. So one would have to look at the context of what is happening on those platforms to see, really look at a data-driven way. Is this offensive, potentially dangerous speech likely to lead to imminent harm to people? If it is not, if it's harmful, but it's a kind of bad tendency test, to use our First Amendment language, like the course is a long one until the harm would happen and it's speculative, probably not okay under the existing interpretations of international human rights law.
Yeah, I want to take an opportunity to clarify on the Watch People Die situation. That was not taken down because of pressure from the New Zealand government. It was taken down because of a conflict with Reddit's own content policy, which, as I said, forbids encouraging or cheering on violence. And part of the reason why the subreddit was left up for so long is because, from a free speech point of view, we were open to arguments that there's a reason to have graphic violence in terms of perhaps being newsworthy or other certain justifications that are required under our content policy. That said, we had removed content from that community, and then the moderators disagreed and put it back up. And so one of the really interesting things about Reddit is the dynamic that we have between our moderators and the company. And as I said, moderators have to abide by our content policy. And so if moderators are unwilling or refusing to abide by our content policy, then that's a point when we have to take community action. But really closing a community is the last step that we will always take. We'll always try and mitigate. But in this situation, the moderators proved unwilling to follow our rules, and we obviously have to enforce our own rules. On Gamergate, that's an interesting one because it speaks to the fact that we're constantly updating our policies and making sure that they're working against what we're seeing on the platform and behaviors that we would want to discourage on the platform. And so you might have noticed that just this past fall, we updated our policies regarding harassment, and we've been enforcing those more strictly in cooperation with our moderators. So this is, content policy is not static. It's something that we're always adjusting to the realities of the situation, to the realities of what we're seeing on the platform. And then in terms of your second question about some of the things that make it more difficult to push back on governments, I mean, yes, if we have employees in a company that can be subject to arrest, that's certainly something that we would have to consider. The safety of our employees is primary. But barring other circumstances, the best thing that we can do when we're faced with government takedown orders or requests is, again, hold people to the best processes that we know. And so we will investigate the law and see if it's a valid law. We will investigate the request and see if it's a valid legal request. And if it's not, we will reply and say that we need valid legal process, whether that's through human rights law or through a country's own law.
So when I think about private platforms and speech, I always think about this room we're in right now. In this room right now, I work for Cato, and I get to be the censor, right? So it's kind of a weird thing. But I'm not really, in the sense, if you have questions, we have questions later, you can save your question for another panel. Free speech would lead us on into the afternoon. The panel's been really quite good. But right now we're going to stop because we have to have more panels. And so we're going to have some speech regulation in a certain sense. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jessica, Evelyn, and Fleming.
there's some hair decisions, yeah.
Thank you all for joining us here at the Cato Institute. My name is Julian Sanchez. I'm a senior fellow here, and I work on a range of issues at the intersection of technology, privacy, and civil liberties. We're here, of course, to discuss the highly contentious question of bias on online platforms. If you spend any time at all on social media, you will no doubt encounter any number of people on the left, right, and elsewhere in political possibility space complaining that their views are especially disfavored by the platforms. But in particular, we've heard in recent years that complaint most loudly, I think, articulated by conservatives who are, for a variety of reasons, persuaded that Silicon Valley firms treat them in various ways more harshly. And so there's a question of course, whether or not that's the case, and also whether there is an appropriate political or policy response to that fact, since after all, traditionally we accept that news channels and newspapers, magazines, other forms of media will have some form or another of orientation or bias, exercise editorial judgment in what views they choose to highlight. And so there's a question of, is there a sort of factual problem, as well as whether, if there is a problem, there is an appropriate policy remedy for it. A lot of folks have focused on using the liability safe harbor under Section 230 as a kind of mechanism for compelling platforms to enact effectively a sort of policy of ideological equity, although of course, again, the details of how that would work and be enforced are a thorny problem worth being discussed. Just recently, as many of you will be aware, the online advocacy group Prager University sued YouTube for classifying some of its videos as restricted for people who had sort of child safety settings turned on, arguing that YouTube had essentially violated their First Amendment rights, an argument which did not fare terribly well because YouTube is not the federal government, but which they indicate they may appeal, and there are a number of other grounds on which they may continue fighting. And of course, if those suits are unsuccessful, there's a growing pressure on Capitol Hill to try and essentially enforce a kind of quasi-First Amendment principle of neutrality on platforms that are not subject to the First Amendment's strictures. So to discuss this topic, we have, I think, a fantastic panel here. To the far left, we have Ash Kazarian, who's the Director of Civil Liberties at Tech Freedom, as well as an Internet Law and Policy Fellow at IP Foundry. To her right, we have Craig Parshall, who's Special Counsel for the American Center for Law and Justice, as well as General Counsel for the National Religious Broadcasters, and the founder of the John Milton Project for Digital Free Speech. To his right, we have Professor Adam Kandub, Professor of Law and Director of the IP Information and Communications Law Program at Michigan State University. And then to my immediate left, we have Eric Goldman, Professor of Law and co-director of the High Tech Law Institute at Santa Clara University School of Law, as well as a prolific and influential blogger at ericgoldman.org, and author of many papers on Section 230, some of which you can find on the table directly outside. So it seems like the natural place to begin here is, before getting into the question of remedy and the legal posture, is what is the reason to believe there is a problem here? Anytime a platform engages in any kind of content moderation, there will naturally be people rightly and wrongly, who don't agree with those moderation decisions, who feel hard done by, and no moderation system is going to be perfect. But what is the reason to think that there's a sort of systemic problem so severe that we should be talking about policy correction? This is something, quite partially, you've tracked through the John Milton Project for Digital Free Speech. Can you speak a little bit to why we should think there is a serious problem here?
Thanks, Julian. I started in 2010, a little bit before that actually, because just as a project for my work as a general counsel for NRB, I was interested in what the community standards and community guidelines for each of these big tech companies were. So I had some law clerks and I work on this, and we reviewed all of them, and they had a lot of things in common, like a ban on hate speech, like basically telling the user, we'll decide whether we like your opinion or not. So I saw a potential problem. And then about 6 months later, November of 2010, was the first widely known incident of clear viewpoint suppression, which was Apple taking the Manhattan Declaration, which Chuck Colson had co-authored. And it was just kind of an orthodox statement of what Christianity says about family, conservative Christianity, biblical Christianity, about family, marriage, religious liberty, sanctity of life from his perspective. But a small contingent of gay activists said, no, we don't like that, and they petitioned Apple, and Apple was more than happy to take it down.
Take it down from where?
From its App Store.
Okay.
So the iTunes App Store, and there was 425,000 apps at the time, but they focused on this one because apparently that had generated some controversy, so they removed it. Shortly after, Facebook, Google followed within a year. I was noticing a number of these, enough where I decided to track them. I have to tell you, for a decade, and I'm not going to enumerate everything in 10 years, but I've seen a consistent series of dots. After a while, you connect the dots and it creates a picture. So as an example, bringing it kind of current, Julian, I distributed my report called Choke Point in the fall of last year. And within the 8 months or so before that, I decided to cull together some more recent instances of censorship. So I looked at Facebook, Google, Amazon, and Apple, which I think are the big monopoly platforms that have the biggest problem. And I found, for instance, a New Testament scholar being banned because he didn't use the politically correct terminology for gender identification. I saw a quote from Augustine, one of the greatest theologians in history, regardless of where you're coming from theologically, a post being banned because they included a hate speech quote, supposedly from Augustine. I saw on Instagram, which is owned by Facebook, a picture, it was a cartoon, of Santa Claus kneeling at the manger of the baby Jesus at Christmas time being banned as potentially violent content. So these are the kinds of episodes that I have seen enough consistently across the board from all of these platforms to conclude I see a problem. Now, the bigger issue, though, Julian, is not my perception. It's the Covington law firm here in D.C. when Facebook said, we want an outside policy audit. Do we have a problem here? And one of the things, in fact, the conclusion that the Covington law firm came to was that, in their words, there is a real danger for free expression suppression by the practices and policies of Facebook and others. Now, this is their outside conclusion. More than half of Americans who are registered to vote have been polled, and they say they believe, whether or not you believe it's hype or not, they believe that there is an anti-conservative bent to the viewpoint activity that's going on. And of course, we have Mark Zuckerberg testifying in front of Congress under oath saying, look, you shouldn't be surprised, Silicon Valley is extremely left-leaning. So now they're entitled to be left-leaning or right-leaning or any direction. But if they maintain a monopoly over what are now the new channels of instant information and opinion and viewpoint, which are our user-generated opinions, then I think it moves the ball from the private sphere of a private newspaper saying, we have editorial control, we're not going to print your letter to the editor, to a new species of free speech dialogue. So I think that it's time for action. I think 230 has to be adjusted, not eliminated. Section 230, which gives legal immunity to almost all lawsuits to these tech companies, whether they're large or small. I think the big ones are the problem.
All right. Well, so let's pivot from that and hear from Professor Kandub. Is there something different about these platforms that justifies a different legal treatment? If someone said I couldn't get my views published in the New York Times because they disagree with me, we'd say, well, that's your tough luck, and look for somewhere else. But certainly there's a relatively small number of platforms that have an outsized share of eyeballs. Does that create a rationale for a different approach than we have in other media spheres, where we say, yeah, editorial bias is a thing, and if you don't like it, you go somewhere else?
Well, I think the problem is, and I think there are two layers of issue. One is, are the social media platforms, the dominant ones, sort of like the telephone company, in that they have a dominant role in our communications, and that the personal preferences of their owners will have a disproportionate effect upon public discourse? That's one level of question. The other level of question is, you ask, are they different? Well, they already are, not because of their nature of their technology that they use, but because of the legal privileges that are granted in Section 230. Section 230 is a grant of extraordinary legal immunity to these platforms. It was granted in 1996 for the express purposes of helping the nascent internet industry like Prodigy, not these huge behemoths. But these are privileges that newspapers, bookstores, other media companies don't enjoy. So the real question is, how do we read these privileges that were not intended for these huge companies, were not envisioned and given to Congress, that Congress intend to give to these companies that play such a pivotal role in our public discourse? How do we interpret these extraordinary protections? And one of the problems is that the courts have just gone insane on Section 230, expanding its protections beyond anything conceived by Congress. And I think that's sort of one first step we have to do, is sort of to ratchet it back so that the richest, most powerful companies in the world don't get extra special privileges that the New York Times does, or a bookstore doesn't. And I think that's a very important first step.
So let me turn to the two of you to respond. I know you have a somewhat different view, I think, of 230. Would you agree with this characterization of 230 as a kind of privilege for a small number of tech platforms? Or do you have a fine fault
tech
with
platforms, not a small number of platforms, all tech platforms.
If you don't mind, actually, I do want to talk a little about some of the nomenclature here, because there's a lot of carefully picked words that I think need to be exposed and considered. One, are we talking about state actors? And I haven't heard that from my co-panelists yet, so I'm going to assume that we're not talking about state actors. So we know that we're not talking about First Amendment obligating the companies that we're discussing to respect the obligations that the government would have. And we also are talking about content moderation by platforms. And I'm actually okay with the content moderation phrase. I don't like the phrase platforms. But I'm going to redefine this, say we're talking about the editorial decisions of publishers to decide what content they're willing to publish, or what content they want to change and stop publishing. And once we frame the question that way, then we start to realize that questions about monopoly, for example, don't really change the answer. We might address the monopoly, the market power problem, but we don't change the editorial practices of publishers. That's absolutely anathema. That's actually what the First Amendment restricts. And so there's a bunch of things that we could not do once we accept the model that we're talking about, the publication of content from third parties by internet publishers. That leads us to the Section 230 question, which is Section 230 says internet publishers get a different class of liability treatment than other types of publishers. There are other models where publishers are not automatically liable for the third-party content that you publish. That's not unprecedented, but no question that Section 230 goes further than most of the other models that we've seen. And that's now a policy choice that actually is incredibly defensible when we realize why Congress made that choice. It wasn't to, just because the internet community was small and needed to be fostered. It was because we didn't know where technology would go. We couldn't anticipate what new social interactions would be created by the technology. And we were concerned about barriers to entry, that if we had a higher level of liability, we would have higher barriers to entry.
And we were concerned about what's called the moderator's dilemma, that if companies undertook the socially valuable work of policing third-party content, of deciding what was fit to print or not, that they would choose not to do so because of the fear of being liable for whatever they missed, whatever mistakes they made being business ending. All those rationales still apply. They apply to Google and Facebook. They apply to the thousands, tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands of other entities that are protected by Section 230. So the rationale hasn't changed. The fact that Google and Facebook are now giant companies that mint money doesn't change how we should think about Section 230, unless you think we've reached the end game of the internet. And this is how it's going to look forevermore. There is no innovation left. There is no new competitors emerging. And I just don't buy that.
Yeah, if I could just
I'm
jump.
sorry.
If I just
hasn't spoken yet. And it's Women's Month after all, right?
Well, do you want special treatment here at Cato? Is that allowed? I don't know.
Hasn't spoken.
Okay, fair
I have
enough.
not spoken, and it's the only
Hasn't
token
spoken yet.
woman,
We should hear from Ashkan.
Okay, so let's start with the monopolies claim. Actually, the White House itself released, the Council of Economic Advisors released an economy report where they said that the tech monopolies are not really monopolies, and they're actually helping the economy and not hurting it. And I believe to release that report, you have to vet that report with every agency under you. So that's number one. Number two is it's very interesting to me how I don't think this distinguished gentleman would mind that a baker would say no to a gay couple, or that a company on their religious beliefs would not pay for birth control of their employees. But somehow we make a very fast jump when it comes to a company that's, for once, an industry staffed with more liberals than conservatives, whereas most of the major industries like oil, banks, insurances are all very much Republican donors and conservatives, which I don't mind. But it's funny how we're getting an industry singled out. Third thing is that there is no empirical data. So you can connect the dots on anecdotes, but there's no empirical data proving that there is any bias against conservatives. The one study that the Wall Street Journal quoted, I believe, it had a list of people Twitter banned, and it was the American Nazi Party, Richard Spencer, and other folks who I honestly am okay with not being on Twitter, and is the reason I am still on Twitter. The Economist did a study, and they looked into search results of news papers and other news sources and how Google would rank them. And they found that it wasn't based on the political viewpoint, it was based on relevance and authority that that news source had. All of that said, even if there was bias, why is that a bad thing? It's, again, a private company, and I believe Don Jr. Has said that he wants to create TrumpNet, Facebook for Trump conservatives. If these rules applied, that would not be possible. And I believe with your broadcaster's experience, you remember the Fairness Doctrine, which was passed, and back in the day, it kind of required broadcasters to be giving equal time to all the political viewpoints. And what happened was actually the religious broadcasters especially, I believe, I mean, you correct me if I'm wrong, but the opinions, the radical opinions on both sides were the ones who were completely left out, and President Reagan vetoed it. So it's very mind-boggling to me that now conservatives are asking to beg for big government and to regulate speech, when just a few decades ago, they realized how hurtful that would be to free speech everywhere.
Adam, I know you wanted to respond, but I think you were directing your comment to me, and I'll be glad to talk about that red herring, because it is an entirely empty analogy. What happened during the bad old days of the FCC, when they tried this experiment with the Fairness Doctrine, which was intrinsically unfair, is they took content providers. Broadcasters are content providers. They're not just a printing press that distributes somebody else's news. They were content providers themselves. They were then required to match their content with a universal opposing voices, which made it impossible, so they just shut down opinion, which was not good for free speech. We're not talking about content providers here. As a matter of fact, Zuckerberg and his ilk have all admitted they are basically more conduits for information than content creators. If they were content creators, they'd be like newspapers, like true publishers, and then I would respect their right to voice any opinion that they create. but they're not. They're using
They already
our,
can. I mean, they can, you know, Dorsey can tweet whatever he wants. Zuckerberg, no one's restricting what they can say, like the fairness started. That's a really red herring. I mean, no one is broadcasters were restricted in what they could say because they had to, as you pointed out, have the other side. No one is restricting Dorsey from saying whatever he'd like. And if I could get back to what Eric was saying, which is, I think, at the nub of the argument, and it's sort of an unfortunate elision in the discussion. Section 230 does not protect the editorial judgments of the platforms. That's simply not true. It protects the third-party speech of individuals who post on the platform. So in other words, Facebook is not liable for the horrible things that, you know, Eric will write about me in his blog. Eric is. But that doesn't mean that 230 gives liability for Facebook's own editorial judgment. And there's this tremendous sort of hypocrisy of the big tech platforms here, because on one hand, they say, oh, we want Section 230's protection, which is protection for other people's speech. Oh, at the same time, we want First Amendment rights to be our own speakers when we moderate. And that's really the point. Section 230 doesn't, except Section 230C1 doesn't give protection for the moderating decisions of the platforms. Section C2 does, and that has very specific purposes having to do with pornography and protecting children. It does not give them the right to essentially impose their political views. And getting back to your point, that's exactly what they're doing, and everybody knows that's what they're doing. You know, the study, I mean, the terms that they use, such as hate speech, nobody really knows what that means. It's a broad, open term that they're allowed to use to import their own ideology. The work of Richard Hanania shows that of the deplatformed individuals, yes, I don't think that people, you know, Richard Spencer probably should not be on Twitter that much. It's not a good thing, but neither should his analogs on the left. You know, well, you're from the Soviet Union, given, you know, the Black Book of Communism, I mean, arguably Bernie Sanders' entire campaign should be taken off Twitter. So if you're going to apply that standard. So, I mean, you know, that is not what Section 230 allows. It doesn't give them legal liability. Now, if a platform wants to do that, fine, let them. It's a free country. But they should be open to antitrust scrutiny. They should be open to contract. They should be open to consumer fraud. Because Zuckerberg gets up on the Senate and says, oh, we're an open forum for all sorts of speech. Dorsey says we are, you know, the free speech wing of the free speech party. But then when they, in fact, you know, say, come to our platforms, invest your livelihood, put everything that you want on it, and then they say, ah, too bad, so sad, we were fooling you. More the fools you, we're going to now cut you off and censor you. That's not very, that's a violation of all sorts of contract laws, and they're using 230 to hide behind that.
So the Ninth Circuit just said in the PragerU that Julian mentioned versus Google that actually them getting up in front of Congress and saying they're committed to free speech or that they're a neutral public forum doesn't actually mean they're open to all sorts of liability. That's what the Ninth Circuit
it doesn't make them into a public forum, but it didn't say that they're free from contractual obligations or promissory estoppel.
No, they said, they talked about the Lantham Act. I can send you the highlights.
Okay.
So let's address one of the points that was made in that litigation, which is Prager complained that a certain percentage of their videos had been flagged so that if you had a sort of child protective setting turned on, that these would not be featured to those, that relatively small percentage of the audience. Prager thought this was evidence that conservatives were being disfavored. Google pointed out that, in fact, a significantly larger percentage of videos at various progressive news channels were also similarly marked, and there wasn't, it didn't seem to be evidence that Prager was any sort of worse off in this respect than any number of other channels with different political orientations. So, you know, there's no doubt that there are cases where, you know, you might take issue with a particular decision to flag a video, but we've been looking sort of at the subset of conservative cases where, yeah, a conservative speaker was treated in a way that you could argue, you know, might be unwise, but to actually know that there's a problem of bias, as perhaps opposed to a problem of casting the net too wide, we'd have to know that conservatives in particular are being treated this way. Is there, you know, is there reason to think that that's the case?
Well, first of all, the big platforms aren't really releasing the data. And I think that's very interesting that they're not. I mean, I teach electronic discovery. You know, if you're not going to come forth with the evidence, it's sanctionable, and the court can order a presumed factual judgment. If this is an important issue, the big, you know, and I think the big tech companies should come up and to say what's really going on, and they haven't been. I think that's a problem. To me, that colors all of their claims about lack of bias. Can we go to, I mean, to me, if Facebook wants to be the most biased entity in the world, it's fine, it's a free country, they have First Amendment right to do it. But they shouldn't be able to say, oh, Section 230 protects us in all of our decisions, whether in antitrust, whether in contract, whether in consumer fraud, and that's what they're doing. And to take the point of bias, and I don't want to continue like this, but for disclosure, I represent Megan Murphy, who is currently suing Twitter. For being deplatformed. And Megan Murphy is a feminist activist living in Vancouver, Canada. And she was deplatformed for what's called dead naming, for calling an individual from a sex opposite to what he or she claims to be. And this individual, Yaniv or Jessica, Jonathan or Jessica Yaniv, was a transsexual activist who would go into beauty salons and demand to get a bikini wax. Now, his behavior was criticized by the British Columbia Commission on Human Rights for essentially being racist, anti-immigrant, because these poor women, working women, who he was bringing suits against for refusing to bikini wax him, and they of course didn't want to, and many of them were immigrants, women of color, working women. He was dragging them into court, and so. And his behavior was duly criticized by the Canadian authorities, and. All Megan Murphy did was say the same thing. She said, look, this individual is not a woman, he's a man. And for that, she was dead named. Now, I think that's bias. I think this is a controversial public issue. I mean, as the recent legislation in Connecticut shows, where the question of whether transsexuals can be in women's sports, this is a basic public issue that people have different sides on, and Twitter picked one side. And you know, they can't say that they're not biased when they're actually cutting down public discussion on this very important issue.
Julian, if I could just jump back to your question about are conservatives being picked on. We now have a federal agency, the Federal Communications Commission. When they issued their Restoring Internet Freedom order, they spent 1.5 pages of just footnotes supporting their statement that of all the entities out there, internet service providers, the big telecom companies that give you access, to the internet highway, they're not the ones censoring. They said, in fact, it's what they call edge providers, the Silicon Valley group, like Amazon and Facebook and Google, are the ones doing it. And they listed at least 11 articles in the months just prior to the order, and the majority of those were conservatives. So I think now the balance of proof, the burden of proof is now on those who say there is not. But even if there isn't an anti-conservative or anti-Christian or anti-traditional value bias, even if that was not the case, if there was viewpoint censorship going on at all, I think we need to return to some, and I think one of you gentlemen, I can't remember who it was, suggested a national standard of appropriate conduct. Well, I think the First Amendment's already done that for us with certain tweaking. I know we aren't talking about state actors here, but if they want the benefit of a special immunity under 230, then to whom much is given, much is expected. They need to then hew closer to those First Amendment values that, by the way, that's democratizing this process rather than relegating it to the private glass and closed castles out there in Silicon Valley.
I like how it's very smart maneuvering of saying First Amendment values and not the First Amendment, because if it was just the First Amendment applying to private platforms, it would allow pornography, violence, all the things we don't want our kids and ourselves to see. But you say First Amendment values, which basically can translate to things that I as a conservative want to see and things that I don't want to see, i.e. discussion about transgender issues, which I don't want to get into, and I don't want to comment on that case. But it's very interesting way to play the refs, especially because
I'm sorry, play the
refs.
Oh,
sorry, that's my accent. which, by the way, comes because I was born and I grew up in Russia, and I went to college in Russia, and I saw the government very fast recognizing that all the opposition was organizing and speaking on digital platforms. And you know what tools they used and what language they used? The same one Hollies and Cruises of the world are proposing right now. So I'm here as a cautionary tale of suppressed speech online in Russia. And if you think that American democratic institutions can stand on their own, unfortunately they can't. We see the weight on them already. And I also want to ask my respected colleagues if they would be okay putting all these things in place, and then for President Sanders or President Warren or President Biden in how many years or soon coming to power and having those tools in their pocket. Because then who are they going to turn to? They're going to turn to the Southern Poverty Law Center and asking, who do you think is hate speech speakers? And then they're going to...
I mean, like they are right now. I mean,
and then they're going to use the government tools.
Amazon's using that list to strike, for instance, a book of a former lesbian.
Amazon is a
former
private
lesbian
company.
who's now come out of her lesbian lifestyle. She said, I found Christ. This is the change of my life. And they took the book off because they said it's intolerant.
Is the book still sold anywhere else in the world?
No, not on Amazon it isn't. And they control about 50% of all the book sales now in America.
Sold on Amazon.
Yeah, but also there's this weird, argumentum ad putem that I mean, I reject. Argument to Vladimir Putin.
There's a Latin there.
Which is that if we have these, sort of mild non-discrimination requirements of, let's say, that Senator Josh Hawley suggested, that somehow the world is going to end. But they exist right now. I mean, telephone companies can't deny you a telephone due to your political views or religious views. Telegraph companies existed for a century with these anti-discrimination rules. These are, as you point out, these are First Amendment principles that were incorporated in our regulation of communications for centuries.
And that's why we have
the post office can't discriminate it. These sort of...
So you want to monopolize the platform? Sounds like it.
No, what I'm saying
they're already monopolies, so they don't need any help.
What I'm saying is these anti-discrimination principles have existed for centuries in this country, in the phone service, in the mail service, in the telegraph service, to some degree in cable access. And yet, remarkably, the democracy has survived, and we haven't fallen into some sort of, sinister dictatorship.
Professor Goldman, I know you've been looking like you're itching to interject.
Let the food fight take care of itself first. I'm sorry to be the language police, but I do want to mention a couple of terms that, again, are being used in ways that I think ultimately are designed to distract. First, one of my co-panelists has used the term censorship, and I just have to remind everybody, censorship is an action that governments take. If we are not talking about state action, then we're not talking about censorship. What we are talking about, anytime you hear the word censorship, is the editorial discretion of a service to decide what content to publish. So whenever you hear censorship, think editorial discretion and see if that changes your views. Unless you're talking state action, but we aren't. The other is this notion about distinctions between publishing speech and distributing speech. I don't really understand exactly what that means. I think that in the modern era, I don't really know that we can even make such distinctions. But whatever distributing speech means, that's not what the services we're talking about here are doing. They are literally helping users author content and then helping those users publish their content to their audiences. So whenever we're talking about distributing speech, whatever that might mean, I really think we're talking about publishing content. That takes us to places that we should be fairly familiar with. Now, 15 minutes ago, Julian, you asked the question, do we have evidence that PragerU was subject to bias? Well, actually, in the case, we did get that evidence that was introduced to show some of the other people who were subject to more severe restrictions on the availability of their content to kids. That's all that, that YouTube had done, was to put certain content of PragerU behind basically a kid firewall. And the answer was that there were a number of legitimate publishers who are subject to substantially greater restrictions on their content being put behind that the age gate, and that some of those might have been deemed left-leaning, whatever that might mean. So we actually did get evidence in that case that PragerU was not being systematically discriminated against compared to what the general systematic editorial discretion that YouTube was engaged in as part of its ordinary services of publishing third-party content.
So none of the things that Josh Hawley has proposed are mild. I just want to put that out there. from restricting use of internet per person per hour per day to creating a ministry of truth that's going to certify who's politically neutral or not. That's just not feasible, I think. And also, there's a very huge difference between a telegraph and a telecom company and a platform. And Section 230 doesn't just protect the big ones, even though we've been talking about them. It also protects smaller ones, tiny ones. It protects Pinterest and The Knot, a wedding website for men in the room, that you see how I did a gender thing, which probably would be questionable by Twitter. The Knot and Pinterest decided to suppress plantation wedding content. Now, I'm sure there are some wonderful people in the South who still would want a plantation wedding and would go to another website for that information. But that's a decision they made. Facebook, Twitter, also Pinterest, I believe, also have made a decision to not promote anti-vaxxing content. Great idea. Section 230 allows all of that. So first of all, Section 230 applies to all the platforms. It applies to a university professor having his own just little website where he posts his work. And probably, if you're like many university professors, has a comment section that some random people can start selling drugs on from being liable. There are all these things that happen in the internet ecosystem that are already being disturbed. I'm sorry, a lot of coffee this morning. They're being really shaken up by just even the suggestion and this pressure on the platform.
Which is why, Ash, just speaking for myself personally, I'm not in favor of aggrandizing and enlarging the federal government, creating new bureaus, even enlarging the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, which probably would be the agency that had jurisdiction, if any does. I'm not in favor of that. I simply think that we take the big tech, big companies, and the proof is in. I mean, when Google is handling 95% of all the search activity in the planet.
Should we break up Sinclair?
No, just a minute. If we have one monopolist, okay, and then we have another 3 or 4, and then everyone multiple tiers down, and the data shows this.
You're describing Sinclair.
Shouldn't we remove that section? Well, Sinclair doesn't have a Section 230 immunity. If they did, I might consider that. But the Section 230 immunity should be applied as a benefit, special benefit to those monopolistic companies, information platforms, only if they hew to the First Amendment principles that otherwise would apply to private actors with a certain amount of deference to the computer world and the complications of mass content moderation. I'm willing to give them deference, but they have to show some governing standard. Right now, Facebook is the only one who said, we're going to have an independent review appeal system. We're going to have some so-called experts meet in a cabal somewhere secretly, and then they'll be the appeal review board for people. And by the way, I don't know if you've ever tried to appeal. I have on behalf of my clients at Facebook and Google. It is a labyrinth of nightmare after nightmare to try to reach a human being who will actually respond and give you the answer to your question of why am I blocked. So their answer is meet in a private room, and some people who have no first principles of governance will use their own private opinions and values. I'd rather have the founders and the Supreme Court justices, all 9 of them, and their interpretations guide the big monopoly companies if they want the benefit of Section 230.
Did you have a
couple of things I wanted to note. The idea that Google or Facebook are monopolists really requires some very narrow thinking about how they actually operate. No question that they play key roles in being internet on-ramps. But for example, in Google's case, they have a large percentage of keyword-driven searches against algorithmically generated databases, which is one way that people search. And there's lots of other ways that people search. So for example, if we do a voice search, that's going to go into a completely different bucket. And that's a trade-off. If you see what happens at our home, our kids use Alexa far more than they use Google when they're at home. So in order to really get to even the monopolist question, we have to be thoughtful about what exactly is the boundaries of the competition. But let's assume that both Google and Facebook were monopolists. I will remind this audience, though you probably don't need it, that in the Miami Herald versus Tornillo case in the mid-1970s, the court was confronted with situations where newspapers had local monopolies over their marketplaces. So the Miami Herald was the dominant daily newspaper in that marketplace. There was no real competition. And the court said the First Amendment protects Miami Herald's editorial discretion, even if it has a monopoly in its local market. So the monopoly point doesn't really change the question. The question is, can we circumscribe the editorial discretion of publishers of third-party content? And the monopoly argument doesn't change the answer. The answer is no.
So I want to sort of probe a little bit what your ideal world looks like, because if we take seriously, the idea of a First Amendment standard, then it seems to me that we've learned the First Amendment protects a number of things, including sort of straight up Nazi advocacy, including nudity and other things that fall short of the line of obscene, but that anti-vax speech, use of racial or sexual slurs that most of us probably don't want to be current in what?
Terrorist content?
Terrorist content to a certain
child
extent.
pornography, that's the one you get.
No, that one's
that's
not covered by the First Amendment.
But so look, there's a range of things that are protected by the First Amendment that I think many people are happy, that are in some way disfavored on widely used platforms. To the extent that it sounds like mostly people are okay with the idea that Twitter or Facebook, YouTube might say, well, we're not going to host a video with nudity. We're not going to host you using the N-word abusively. And, so we're okay with a certain set of these. They think, presumably, that within the same camp of sort of objectionable behavior is included things like insisting on male pronouns for a trans woman. You disagree, but if not them, what's the mechanism by which we decide which of these moderation practices is acceptable and which represents bias as opposed to just a different view when judgment calls need to be made?
Well, first of all, I mean, there are two layers of to the question. One is, should Section 230 give the platforms immunity for all of their moderation decisions that aren't based on reasons specified in Section 230C2? And I know that's a little bit lawyerish.
But it talks about objectionable content.
Yeah, right. In the context of the Comstock, lewd, lascivious, sexual nature things, and virtually every court that has looked at them has read it pursuant to eis generis and read the objectionable content in that context. And yes, I have no problem with Facebook saying, look, we don't want nudity here, and we will censor, or we will, I'll use that word censor, privately censor.
Editorial discretion.
Privately censor.
How about suppression of viewpoint?
Yeah, suppression.
Exercise editorial discretion.
No, I mean, because that's really not what they're doing. I mean, I don't want to get sidetracked here, but the telephone company.
This isn't sidetracking. This is the core question.
Well, let's talk about it. The telephone company doesn't exercise editorial discretion when.
Of course they do. They suppress spam.
The telephone companies don't suppress spam.
Yes, they do.
On a telephone network? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you're right. It does the Spam Act. That's right. No, I stand corrected. Generally, they don't direct or control whom you can speak to or what you can say. That's something they never do. And so that that is a core issue. So if they're going to be if they're going to be censoring for that, or privately censoring or whatever.
Editorial discretion.
But no, I mean, you don't get to, an editorial discretion means that you are in fact shaping or controlling a content. It's not placing conditions on other people. And this is a silly verbal thing, but we'll agree to disagree and move on that. So what would an ideal world look like? One would be that Section 230 would be limited so that the protections are directly for that which Congress intended and nothing else.
Adam, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to be a little more specific, because Julian's question was about the First Amendment. The First Amendment says that there's a whole wide range of content that is not subject to government restriction. So changing Section 230 doesn't change Julian's question.
Well, one second. Consistent with the First Amendment, we've always regulated telephone companies, telegraph companies, cable systems, so as to guarantee a degree of access and openness of viewpoints. And I think an ideal world would not necessarily have every sadomasochistic or sinister posting or viewpoint, but it would prevent the most egregious types of political discrimination.
But how can you do that, Adam?
Well,
how can you say that they can eliminate sadomasochism, which is probably protected by the First Amendment, and yet they could not be restricted in other categories?
Well, but because the ubiquity of, number one, of the platform, number two, remember the Pacifica case dealing with radio and bad words, right? That, they said it was uniquely accessible to children. You talk about uniquely accessible to minors, the internet has magnified that accessibility 1,000 times. So there is some law on indecency and exposure to children, supported by the Pacifica and even the Fox versus FCC cases. The Supreme Court didn't back off on that principle. So there are ways in which families can feel comfortable having their children protected, and yet also be able to have a plethora of viewpoints that, frankly, we would find disgusting. Look, I think, I'll be honest with you, I'm coming from a position as a Christian that believes my message is so important, I'll allow stuff that disgusts me as long as it's not going to be stuff that will infiltrate the thinking and the lives of children so that families don't have tools to prevent that. I'm willing for that trade-off. Not everybody is, but I am.
Yeah, and also we live with anti-discrimination regimes in work, in schools, in virtually every aspect of life. We deal with anti-discrimination regimes, and they have costs, I concede, but they do tend to work, and the society doesn't fall apart. I think that if we clarified and coming up with perhaps national standards where we have clear types of discrimination, let's say on political views, which would be imposed in the same way that the telephone companies have those sort of restrictions. I think that would probably be the best situation in a compromised position.
So I wanted, before we run out of time, I do want to...
my ideal world.
Oh, go for it.
So,
and then we will
so
turn
in
to
my
questions.
ideal world, number one, the telecom company will suppress 5 calls from my mom every day, and I can blame them. Number two is, I'm a Christian too, but I think it's a very fine line you're trying to thread when you say, oh, wait, so I want to allow stuff, but not all the stuff that I don't agree with. And number three is, it's fascinating to me how the political content, right, like the political question, everything is political these days. Movies are political. My decision on how to dress is political. Everything in our society now can have a political tone, even if you don't see it, but in the eye of a beholder it is. So when you regulate the political or you say don't discriminate, those are such vague terms and they're reckless because that's, again, I know you don't want to go the Putin route, but that's what the Putin route is. And
I just want to go the First Amendment route because all these distinctions courts have made successfully in our country for centuries.
But you're saying let's go all the way First Amendment. Let's go halfway the half I like.
His point is the First Amendment decisions of the Supreme Court have winnowed down just a very narrow, limited number of exceptions, and they've stuck to that. It's fairly clear, and I don't think it takes a PhD in physics or computer science to apply it. Just get some First Amendment lawyer to sit down with Facebook and says, here's how we would adapt it to your, we could do it in a day and a half.
Why don't we do it right now, afterwards? I'll take you to lunch. We'll do it.
Yeah,
there's a nap for that.
Give me a napkin and a pen.
Exactly.
And I'll write that down.
On that
optimistic
assessment, or contentious, let's say, assessment, I do want to leave some time to have questions from the audience and from people at home. If you're on Twitter and want to use the hashtag Cato Technology, I have a little device here that will allow me to forward questions. We are, because of just sort of contagion concerns, going to forego the usual microphones being passed around. So if you have a question you'd like to ask from the audience, please just stand up and I'll repeat the question, just so speak loudly. Here.
So the only court of appeals to actually rule on whether a new system applies that it did, and that the work of treatments for cancer. So I guess my question to you is part of this problem that so many of these cases have been litigated under C1, when in reality, when we're talking about moderation, it should have been done under C2, and would that clear up a lot, at least the confusion on how to
So the question, for those who are viewing at home, concerns whether perhaps some of the cases that have dealt with the applicability of 230 have really been focusing on the wrong section.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
No, you can go first.
So Section 230C1, I always summarize as saying it protects services' decisions to publish content or to leave content up. And Section 230C2 protects services' decisions to remove content or filter content. And C2, framed that way, actually has always had a fairly small footprint because the liability risks associated with removing or filtering content are actually much smaller than they are with the leave up decisions. Professor Candu made some claims about how the courts have been misinterpreting Section 230C1. I don't know what to say, except there are hundreds of judges who've disagreed with him. And I don't think there's anything more.
Hundreds, they're all out there.
There's 900 plus opinions here.
Okay.
We have from.
Yeah. If I could just say, the answer is yes. I see C1 a little differently than Eric. C1 is about, as it says, no platform shall have publisher and speaker liability for a third party's content. C2 is about censorship, private censorship, whatever you want to call it.
Editorial discretion, sir.
It's private censorship. And what's interesting about C2, it has a good faith requirement. And I think that if courts would actually impose that so that they could take to the platforms and say, look, are you really being fair and even-handed in this? Because I think that's what Congress intended when it gave them the power to privately censor. So.
Yeah, the good faith, by the way, I had to scour the decisions. I found one case that actually addressed it, and then they said it's whatever is in the subjective mind of the content moderator. So in essence, the platform always wins.
Right.
So I want to now turn to the internet questions. We have a question from Jess Myers, who I believe is a student of yours at Santa Clara, who wanted to.
You could tell she is in the audience here, so she's got a hack in the system. Say hello, Jess.
So she wanted to ask about, Mr. Parshall has suggested that the sort of this liability safe harbor is something that the biggest company should have to earn. This is not something they're trying to impose on sort of smaller firms. But what does that mean exactly? As Jess points out, Reddit is a company with only about 600 employees, so by some definitions, a small, or at least not a huge company, but has an enormous user base. So how are you sort of deciding which platforms need to go the extra mile to be entitled to 230 immunity?
That's an excellent question. I would, if I were to amend 230, I would not require proof of an actual official monopoly. I think it's enough if they are dominant in their market in a way where it's a sustained kind of a dominance, and it is clearly and substantially evident by either the lack of competition. As an example, I think the closest, in fact, I'll quote the VP of Global Policy for Facebook, who testified that of the 6 major social media platforms, 4 of them are owned by Facebook. The largest 6 in the world.
Part of TikTok.
Yes, yeah,
That's what the next generation is going to be on.
Well, yeah, you're predicting, and I think that remains to be seen.
How would you feel about Wikipedia?
Market dominance.
How would you feel about Wikipedia? Do you think that they are a dominant player that has a sustained...
Oh, no, because they're a content, they produce, they generate their own content. You see, they don't take... Now, it's a... Oh, they do, but they collect...
That's entirely wrong about how Wikipedia actually works.
It is an open platform, but they are in the business of generating content. They're not in the business of distributing our content.
We're back to the distribution distinction. I don't understand.
Well, yeah, and I think, look, all I know is in the 1500s when the Gutenberg press came out, within 5 decades, 1,000 printing presses were doing the same thing, producing 500,000 books. We don't have 1,000 Facebooks.
And do you remember what the response was by governments? To try and control the printing
press. And John Milton,
exactly
which is
where we
why I
are
mean my
today.
organization.
500 years later, we're doing it again.
He said, don't do it, and they ultimately didn't.
Let me try and squeeze in a very last question here from Stephanie before we adjourn for lunch. Courtney, sorry.
Courtney Raj from the Community to Protect Journalists. We've talked a lot about let's take down content, let's not take down content, how we make those decisions. But what about looking at alternatives that might get to some of the problems that we're thinking about and solutions? For example, requiring that these companies provide auditable data. So I think there was a very good point made picture. That's a great quote. So what we need is more data. So are there any initiatives in Congress or that you guys are supporting to require that companies provide data so that we can audit content takedown decisions? The reason we're interested in this is because we see journalistic content getting caught up in the effort to counter violent extremism, to combat whatever the latest issue du jour is. So I'd be really interested in to know if you're requiring data to be available to independent researchers or regulators or other judicial.
We're at
So
Cato, we haven't said
just to repeat, is transparency a partial solution for those at
We're
home?
at Cato, we haven't even said the word free market. I'm honestly surprised we haven't. I think the pressure that the market creates on these companies is actually pushing them towards transparency, and there are a lot of initiatives. Because I agree with you, like knowing more about how these decisions are made is not a bad thing.
Agreed.
And kind of giving our feedback as a society and then letting the private companies decide on, like, do they want to leave out all the conservatives? I don't think they do, because that's half of who uses their platform. Conservatives are the ones who gained so much power on social media and got more reach.
Well, I hate to pull the law professor thing, but in an upcoming law review article, I argue.
Which you should all read.
Yeah, right. Actually, under the old network neutrality orders, there's a very good argument that the FCC right now could order disclosure of these platforms. They haven't. I don't think they would, because you could imagine all the lobbyists in these cities, self-emulating, emulating. But yes, I think that there's a good argument that the FCC or FTC could do it right now.
Okay, and very briefly before we adjourn.
In general, I think we all would favor transparency, giving us more information in order to make better decisions. A couple of things, though. One, I wouldn't make Section 230 conditioned on it, which has generally been the way that Congress is trying to play some bait and switch. But more importantly, I think we have to ask, can we do the kind of transparency you want and still comply with other privacy considerations, as well as will it be an incursion into the First Amendment editorial discretions that companies are making to basically force them to try and explain and account for the calls that they made? We don't require that in newspapers. I don't think we ever could.
All right, and on that note, I know we could keep going on this for quite a while, but I want you to join me, please, in thanking our wonderful panelists. I just want to make sure everyone is aware, lunch will be held on the second floor, just up the spiral staircase in our atrium. Our speakers will be available at lunch. Please do allow them to get out, though, and start getting fed. Restrooms are also located on the second floor. You should be able to see them on the way to lunch. Thanks again. And please join us after lunch for the next session.
All right. Then our panel here is one that you would expect if you come to the Cato Institute. Content moderation without government. We saw in the last panel, content moderation without government doesn't necessarily satisfy everyone. But we're going to explore other aspects to it in this panel. We have an excellent panel to study that, or to talk about that very question. On the end here, let me do brief introductions. On the end, we have Alex Fierst, who is general counsel at Neuralink. And when you see him, ask him about the amusing and horrifying thing he says about which is both mostly a joke, but very interesting. He was at Medium for 5 years. Many of you will know Medium from online, and 4 of which were as head of legal and head of trust and safety. He is and has been for a decade a non-residential fellow at Stanford Center for Internet and Society. He holds, and this is kind of, I find scary actually, he holds a JD from Columbia and a PhD from Duke. So a lot of people like that out in the West Coast. Second next to Alex is Emma Lanslow, who is director of the Committee for Democracy and Technology, it's a free expression project, which works to promote law and policy that support internet users' free expression rights in the United States and around the world. She leads their legislative advocacy and amicus activity around freedom of expression in the US and the EU, crucially. This work focuses on protecting fundamental rights to freedom of expression and preserving strong intermediate liability protections, which is Section 230 is about intermediary liability protections. She also works to develop content policy best practices with internet content platform and advocates for user empowerment tools and other alternatives to government regulation of online speech. So very apt background, and thank you for joining us at short notice, Emma. Jacob Machagama is a Danish lawyer, human rights advocate, and social commentator. He is the founder and director of Justitia, which is a Copenhagen-based think tank focusing on human rights, freedom of speech, and the rule of law. For 6 years, he served as the chief legal counsel at the Center for Political Studies in Denmark. Crucially, he is the host of the excellent Clear and Present Danger, A History of Free Speech podcast, which I highly recommend to you on your favorite podcast catalog, which over the last couple of years has explored both the history of free speech, the reasons for free speech, and indeed the history of liberalism itself over a couple of thousand years. He has written about both the history of hate speech and the decline of free speech in cyberspace. So there's a lot of things in American history, including judicial doctrine, including what we're talking about, Section 230 legislation, what was talked about by Eric Goldman in the last session we had about the state action doctrine. All of these things point to the whole idea that content moderation for social media platforms will be done by private companies. So that raises a lot of questions. You've seen some of them. I want to begin with Alex by mentioning something from a man named Mike Masnick, who is head of and founded a website called Tech Dirt that some of you may read. And Mike's question is one that's sort of, we try to be fundamental here at Cato and go back to roots and debate to basic ideas. Masnick argues that content moderation by private entities, maybe in general, is not possible. And it's not possible because there can be no general agreement about what should stay up and what should be taken down, or you could even expand that and what should be given a label and what should be unlabeled, and so on, the content moderation that is done. So Alex, is content moderation possible over the long term? And if so, should it be done by private companies or is there roles for other entities?
Yeah. So thanks for inviting me to talk about this. I think I've been saying since before it was a pun that doing content moderation the way that we currently do it is Russian roulette. That you're going.
That's not reassuring.
You're from the perspective of a platform. I think part of my mission in coming to Washington from time to time is just to try to sort of talk to people about the experience of spending a bunch of years trying to do this and running a team doing this work. And I think one of the first things that you learn is that the problem of scale, of just processing however many pieces of content you're doing a day, which is like 500 million tweets, or whichever company you work for, it's going to be a bunch. With Medium, it's over 10,000 posts a day. And the non-technological problem of human intersubjectivity, that we're going to disagree over which things are what, sets the stage for a relatively impossible challenge of finding something that people will agree is one thing or another. So before you get to the question of, should we do it with AI? Should we hire people to do it this way? What should the proper wage be for people? What's the correct tool set? How do we create rules that are not vague? The mere question of creating rule sets and creating and making calls about balls and strikes at that scale is going to mean that some percentage of people will think you're wrong, and people, and as subjective people, we experience that as not accurate, because I think like the conversation this morning was about like, oh, what's the accuracy rate? Did you correctly call this as hate speech? Did you correctly call this as abuse? And I think the point is like, with 2 billion users of some platforms, you're going to get 2 billion opinions about what's in and what's out. So before you even get to the question of like, how do you implement this? How do you operationalize it? Where do we use our cost curves? Like, you're simply dealing with taking 2 billion human consciousnesses who disagree over what is what, and then asking them to come to a consensus. And then if they don't, they can all be mad at you as the company.
Mm-hmm.
So this is partly why my experience of this is that when you start doing this work at a company, you just start getting emails, right? One doesn't sit down and say like, oh, I would like to come up with content policy and enforce it upon the world. You'll say, I want to make some software and help people talk to each other in whatever way. And then you start getting emails, and those emails vary in nature, and they can be like, I don't know how to log in, or I'm getting a lot of spam, or somebody abused me, or somebody is causing violence, right? So there's like a range of things that happen, and then you start having to make a system that makes calls with consistency and a sense of fairness and due process to the folks who are doing it. So I guess all of this is to say, one of the things that I tell folks is that if you're going to put pen to paper about this very hard problem, I suggest you spin up a Facebook group or a subreddit or a something, and then moderate it. Get your 50 or 100 closest and most disagreeable friends to talk about some substantive topic and see how you do. And I think you'll learn a couple of things, and one of these things is that it is harder than it looks, but then also with even 100 opinionated consciousnesses to moderate, you're going to find that it's virtually impossible to make everyone happy. And if you're a company, that's maybe okay at some level, but there's undoubtedly going to be that level of dissatisfaction with what you do, and it's going to be phrased as, this is inaccurate, this is biased, this is there's reasons why people experience having something taken down as a dignitary harm that I think are very legitimate. I think, but the fact is the fundamental problem of setting up a platform and then making calls about things that millions or billions of people are experiencing, the only outcome is going to be to some large percentage of them being angry at you. And that's just a function of human subjectivity, and it's a thing that has to be acknowledged in the way that this problem is framed. There might be another world where we create these technologies differently to have different outcomes, but at least that the world we're living in now, it's hard for me to see an outcome where massive disagreement over the fundamental exercise is going to be the outcome. You can do it with more or less efficiency and more or less grace and more or less transparency, but that's largely going to be the end game.
So there is, I mean, when you talk about this, or you talk about content moderation without government, often the answer is, or a concern is, but what about political accountability? And I also think for the content moderators, for managers, there's often a tendency to want the government involved because this is a puzzle I can't solve, and I think government will do that, will help me solve that problem. But the problem is, political accountability, you go through a process on some issues, but this doesn't seem like that sort of process. It just seems like you're going to move off a lot of angry people into the political process, get a resolution, but then it'll be like other political issues. Everyone will be upset about the resolution you get from the politics. Now, it could be wrong about that, but I question the competence of government to solve the problem you've pointed to, but you must have felt like, God, I wish somebody else would deal with this at times.
Yeah, I think I sometimes used to call this like the no good candidate problem of like, who do you want regulating your speech? And so it's like companies, no. Governments, really no. Like then people have an inchoate sense of like the community. But what that often means on the internet is like a group of people using tools made by a company under the shadow of the government to do things that are also sort of invisible. So if you look at the menu options, they're all one blend or another of government, sort of like government control hanging over some private company's action. And a lot of them are understandably unsatisfying to people. I think even when you think about like whichever product you're using, like who is the community? Like what are you consenting into? And what rules are you going to be governed by? The more that you feel that my view is like the more that there is structure, if you have a smaller community that is like oriented around some topic or some activity, there's more of a logic to having your behavior regulated by human norms. And the more something feels monolithic and undifferentiated, the more of a problem it is. And this is like why I think one of my sense of it is that if there's a sense of scale and proportion and other things that I think we're learning to do better now, as builders, whatever will cause you as a user whatever will cause your sense of human intuition to kick in, that you're in an environment where speech norms matter, the less we probably need enforcement, because enforcement is sort of like the end of the road where many things have gone wrong if you need to do massive enforcement as a society and also as a platform. So in a world where platforms, if I can use that word anymore, Eric, are making design choices that cause people, however we do this, to experience speech norms and do the things that happen in everyday life where you have things that you might say but you don't say, that will probably be better than having rules that are enforced as hard backstops. But I think the current interest in enforcement is partly a function and maybe a failure of our online interactions of having all those more finely gradated types of norms, if that makes sense. It feels to me like we're at the equivalent of a society obsessed with criminal justice or like obsessed with prison architecture. Like there's a huge amount of intensity around the enforcement discussion right now. There's not as much intensity around the discussion of like fostering online environments where community norms do a lot of the work. And that's hard, and it's also a thing that has a lot of like complicated causation. But I think that's where like a lot of the interest is. So I suppose I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I think like I ask people like what would cause one to know, like what information could one get that would allow them to say like, okay, I feel confident that I was taken down because I was abusing somebody and not because I was abusing them and also voicing my views about X, Y, or Z. Because usually like the things that happen on platforms, it's not like there's political speech and then somebody doing conduct thing X, Y, or Z that's prohibited. It's a blend, right? And people make hard calls around that. But I accept that there's a trust deficit and there's transparency problems that I think Eric like very correctly adverted to, that if one wants to like put out all this data, there's all sorts of people's privacy rights that you're potentially waiving for them if you do it that way. But I'm honestly interested in working backwards in the outcome of like, what does it look like to be satisfied that like, oh, I was taken down because I was being a jerk, not because I was being political view of a certain political view. I'm satisfied with that outcome. I don't know if that even happens in court.
Yeah, that seems, ultimately that would be the solution. It's hard to see how to get there. Emma, I'm interested in the idea of user empowerment and also best practices. User empowerment seems like a very libertarian idea. I don't know if it's compatible with actually as a business platform working, but it seems like if I can through my own efforts, and I don't want to be exposed to something, that would seem to be the way to do it, probably some of the ways we do it now. So could you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, yeah, and I think there's a lot of different ways and so much that that Alex covered that I think would be interesting to dig more into. Because I think this question of like, can you do content moderation well? I've heard Mike phrase this as, like it's impossible to do content moderation well, and part of that is because people don't agree on what well means, right? And I think that's a really important thing to think about when we're talking about what do we want out of content moderation. What is the goal we're trying to seek? And so if the goal is, say, in the kind of criminal justice focused environment we're in now, kind of approach that it's 100% eradication of all illegal content on a platform or online, well, that's impossible, right? Like that's definitely impossible. We're never going to hit 100% removal of all illegal content. But what are the goals that
are achievable or can work in different, that you raised the question about kind of business models, and I think one of the big questions that is definitely either explicitly or implicitly part of the conversations for especially extremely large scale platforms is how does content moderation play into brand protection and reputation? How is it related to their commercial interests? And that, I think, can raise a lot of these questions, questions about trust between users and the platform, about like what's really motivating what is happening to my content to my speech on this platform. But my colleague Liz Woolery and I at CDT have been doing research into kind of what actually works in content moderation, what are examples of success stories or things that have actually really borne out positive, constructive, enjoyable experiences online, because they are still out there. There are actually lots of small services, communities who've eked out a space on larger platforms. There's actually still a lot of really positive engagement going on online. It's not the stuff that makes it into headlines. And I think our top finding was that it's different for different kinds of services and for different kinds of communities, because you have different sorts of needs and interests problems, whether they're subject matter problems, particular kinds of issues like hate speech or terrorist propaganda that might plague a particular community that they don't want to be part of it, or you just have kind of ways of interacting among people that in that context are either positive or understood as harassment, that you need to actually tailor a relatively specific rule to for your particular smaller community of people to make that communication experience actually constructive. So I think in big picture, some of the best practices we've seen end up really at a pretty high level of principle. It's things like making sure your users are able to understand what the rules are on the platform, because people definitely can't follow rules that they don't even know exist or they don't understand what they mean. Giving people notice about what is the rule that they have violated when their content gets actioned, when their account gets removed in some way, because again, you lose any opportunity for that sense of legitimacy of this action being taken against me if it seems totally arbitrary that my post has come down, or that my account has been taken down. But then when you move to the level of kind of more specific platforms, you see a variety of different tools and practices that can work in some contexts and maybe don't work in others. There's a number of different studies on different Reddit communities and using the technique of signposting thread-specific rules, subreddit-specific rules at the top of the subreddit, so that they are right there in front of people and kind of a lot of times presented as, these are the rules of engagement here. Just so you know, we've got like 5 of them, and your post will be taken down if you do X, Y, and Z. And actually kind of studying the effect that really explicit posting of rules kind of just in time, just when people are about to start commenting, can really meaningfully improve quality of discourse, and crucially, like participant of new speakers and new commenters in those threads versus times before they had those rules posted. Now, that's not going to make sense in every kind of online discussion forum. It's probably not going to work in every kind of online discussion forum, because at least on a subreddit, you have people kind of self-selecting to, I'm interested enough in this topic that I'd like to be able to participate in a conversation, so maybe I'm willing to take on board these rules about you can't say this or that. So I think when we talk about how to make content moderation more responsive to user interest, and getting back to your question about user empowerment, I think it can look a lot of different ways, right? The general ethos of the internet as an empowering communications medium for people really goes back to the fact that it is possible to find places or to make your own spaces online that kind of serve the needs of yourself, your community. The big question I have right now about the whole kind of user empowerment approach is, what does it look like on a very, very large site like a Facebook or a YouTube?
Yeah.
What tools are available already on those services? And there are some, things like Facebook groups. I think Alex was suggesting people try moderating a Facebook group. It's possible. You do get some tools. There are some rules and kind of administrator powers that moderators for those groups can use. But what more is there? And I think that really goes into diagnosing what are the problems, the whether it's negative interactions and experiences or proliferation of illegal material. What are the specific problems that we're trying to address? And are there actually tools that in a particular site's context could be useful to answering those? But it's probably not going to be a one-size-fits-all kind of approach.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think one of the most effective things Facebook has done is go around this country and other countries and take cases with them and then get people, like content moderation, in small groups to look at something that was put up. What did you decide? Here's what we decided. We changed it, and so on. It's an incredibly difficult job, even given the context of the rules. But it also informed people of that, because I think most people think they're on a political jihad or something like that, or just personal preferences. All of this does, the private content moderation, though, does raise a sort of long-term, I think, libertarian question, which is, you have these private companies doing things, and people are concerned about it, sometimes politically, sometimes other reasons about the content of speech. And it's separate from government, but as you said, I think, Alex, it was sort of, it's there, it's in the background. That's part of the question. Sometimes governments act more directly without doing things. In the First Amendment doctrine, I've been surprised to find that it's quite difficult to discern where the line can be drawn in terms of what, if government tells you you have to take down speech or ban someone's speech, that's obvious. But what if Mark Zuckerberg does it because Ted Cruz has given a speech that seemed kind of threatening to him, even though it didn't actually result in anything? There's that background. Jacob, in Europe, there's a long tradition, of community standards, of how government affects content moderation and community standards. Certainly both at the EU level and perhaps with Germany, and then even at the UK in the recent white paper, you see that there's sort of like a government element coming into these kinds of, so what is that background, and what can we look forward to, in a sense, in America about how that is, we go more internationally with these kinds of things?
Yeah, I think that's exactly correct. You very often hear this complaint that today the public sphere is basically regulated by American private companies without any democratic legitimacy and so on. And to a certain extent, that's true. But I would argue that the development, the sort of scope creep of community standards, and also the enforcement thereof, are to a very large degree influenced by European standards for free speech, and especially limits on free speech, which differ substantially from current First Amendment doctrines. Let me give you an example. So for instance, in 2016, the European Union, the Commission, was so concerned about hate speech online that they sort of rounded up the big tech companies and then gave them what the Corleone family might have called an offer you can't refuse. So basically saying, hey guys, would you mind entering into a voluntary code of conduct where you agree to delete hate speech that violates European standards within 24 hours? Yes or no. If you say no, we'll just regulate. We'll adopt legally binding rules. So that was in place in 2016. Nevertheless, Germany, which for historical reasons is particularly concerned about extreme speech, and we can have a debate on whether that's misguided or not, but that's a different point, basically became so concerned because they, according to their metrics, Facebook still didn't do enough under these voluntary code of conduct, so they adopted the so-called Network Enforcement Act, the NetzDG, which was passed in 2017 and entered into force in 2018, which says that if you don't remove manifestly unlawful content within 24 hours or more fussy content within a week, you risk a fine of up to 50 million euros, which is quite a lot. And we've seen France follow through. France has actually also adopted a law against fake news. Britain is now will implement an online harms bill, and the European Commission. So the EU Commissioner for Industry, Thierry Breton, last month said that, had a meeting with Mark Zuckerberg and said basically, you have to conform to our standards, we don't have to conform to yours, and if you continue with this massive abuse of European standards, we will regulate you with legally binding rules in the upcoming Digital Services Act, which would then be sort of potentially a Germany-style law that was legally binding on all member states of the European Union. So this reflects a European commitment to what you could call militant democracy. So basically a doctrine which says that you have to be intolerant towards the intolerant. Those who hold values that run contrary to liberal democratic values should basically be no platformed from the public sphere. That is the lesson from totalitarianism that European leaders have drawn, which I think is misguided. But that's where we are. And what does this mean? Well, I would say it has impacted, like I said, the community standards substantially. The growth of them, but also if you look at the number of actionable content. So from July to September 2018, Facebook took action on 2.9 million pieces of content. That same period, 2019, it had jumped to 7 million pieces of content. And if you look at the amount of content that is being flagged by machine learning, by algorithms, that has also jumped from around 30% in 2018 to now 80% when it comes to hate speech. And why should that worry us? Well, so my organization in Denmark, we have a hate speech law which says that insulting and derogatory comments towards certain groups violate our criminal law. And so we did a freedom of information request, and we asked, how long does it take to process, a complaint, or like someone says, this guy violated Section 266B of the Danish Penal Code by posting a hate speech comment on Facebook. And we found that on average in 2019, it took 455 days before the prosecution arrived at a decision on whether to formally charge. And then it took 655 days before you had a decision in the first instance. And of course, there's more at stake in a criminal law case than whether your post is being deleted on Facebook. But in essence, the legal assessment is more or less the same, and that I think says something about what kinds of decisions are being made by moderators who are not experts in criminal law, and they have to make these decisions, hundreds or maybe thousands, each of them every day. So that shows that is simply not something that can be done with any respect for due process or sort of the careful considerations, free speech considerations that you would expect when it comes to a value such as free speech. But another, I think, pernicious development is that the NetzDG law, the German law, has actually been copy-pasted by a number of countries. So we looked at it in 2019. We identified 13 countries that had adopted something similar or proposed to do so. 9 of them were sort of non-democratic states. This included Venezuela, Russia, Belarus, Malaysia, Singapore, Honduras, I think. And many of them explicitly invoked the German law as a precedent. Now, of course, this is a bad faith copy-paste move by most of these governments. They don't have the same rule of law guarantees that you have in Germany. The standards and categories of speech tend to be much broader, and they are basically a method to give legitimacy to closing down the public sphere. But being able to invoke the German precedent, saying this is a law that is based on a model that was created by Europe's most influential democracy, basically gives you perfect ammunition for whataboutery, like authoritarian whataboutery, because you criticize, well, why are critics of Vladimir Putin being thrown off via contact or the like, and then you say, well, we're just doing what they're doing in Germany. So what's the problem? I think the fact that the largest group of liberal democracies in the world are basically forging the chains with which to limit or restrict online free speech is a huge problem. And I think, going back to some of the points that you also made, is that we have to attack this from a basic premise of you cannot have a zero tolerance policy towards content moderation. And I think there's some good historical precedents. So there was a time when it was thought that writings that undermined religion would be catastrophic. It would basically, mean that everything would collapse. Maybe God himself would punish society because you allowed blasphemers out there to say horrible things. There was a time, both in this country and in England, where seditious libel laws basically said you can't criticize the government because if you criticize the lawfully constituted authority, then everything breaks down, all semblance of order and stability. We've come to learn that is not that is actually not the case, and I think we have to be realistic about that. I think the only way to move towards a zero tolerance policy is to adopt a more Chinese approach to content moderation and online freedom. I don't think that's something that we should wish for, even though even the Chinese can't get, I think, to 100%.
It is amazing, I think, when talking to reporters or talking about and looking at the sort of baseline or the foundations of controversial issues. Just yesterday, I talked to a reporter about a tweet that President Trump's head of social media had put up, which was a video that had been altered. It wasn't a deep fake, but it was a sort of traditionally edited one. And the sort of background to the question was that shouldn't government be involved here to make sure that this kind of thing, to fool people about Joseph Biden, shouldn't be allowed, which is not something, of course, that in the pre-online world would happen. We have, in fact, a broadcasting law that requires television stations to show that. But there does seem to be a desire for perfection that we really didn't expect from the old world prior to online, right, in a lot of ways. The other thing that interests me here is you think about, in some sense, you can think about Europe winning, right? You think about a place like Facebook or many other private content moderators. They're going to have rules about hate speech. And there's also going to be, I think the other area is going to be called something, it's about falsehoods, but it's going to be called disinformation, misinformation. There is a cottage industry now of people talking about different kinds of falsehoods and keeping them off the internet. So that's the one side. That seems like, say, Facebook is following European standards. But on the other hand, it could be following American standards in the following sense. A business is supposed to make money. The business of Facebook is to get people on this platform. It's a two-sided platform. You got to keep the people there. That's a lot harder than you think. That's an American, we want businesses doing that, and you end up with these kinds of standards, not because you may end up with them in Europe because of European governments, but you may end up for business reasons. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, so I think, to set aside the commercial aspect of it for a second, I think part of this moment, what I think I've been thinking about a lot is, in the early internet days, and there's many things that we probably were utopian and got wrong, but there was a notion that connecting with other people on the internet was a way to create a community that was specifically not the one that you were born into by geographic locality. Like you were supposed to create a community with norms and connections and possibilities that were not circumscribed by the nation state or your town or whatever. And that was what was good about it. And so we're having, and there were also understandable things that happened where companies had different views on jurisdiction, and there was an era when people sort of defaulted or didn't show up or sort of questioned different nation states' jurisdiction over internet companies. We're in a moment now where it feels to me like there's sort of a struggle between like nation states or your European community and companies, or really their users, in the sense that I think from the perspective, understandably, of like a country or the EU or something, like we are speaking for our community, our citizens, and we want to protect them from you, private tech company, from enforcing whatever your Silicon Valley norms or whatever arose on your platform. I think there's a view at many companies that is like, also there's a group of users that want things from us, and they're asking us for specific things that are not necessarily provided for by their nation state. So I think many tech companies would view themselves as not private, like, yes, of course, private actors, commercial actors, but also trying to do the thing that their users are asking them to do. Not trying to inflict something on them, but saying like these views on which content stays, which content goes, what should be encouraged, what should be downranked.
Yeah.
That's what our users want. Some of them live in like your plot of land, and some of them don't.
Yeah.
But they're trying to come to something different together.
So this is interesting because it goes back to these First Amendment questions on the last panel. It could be, the assumption is that sort of our political opponents somehow have got control of these companies, and now they're enforcing their preferences on the rest of us. We conservatives are being banned, right? It could be that we have the First Amendment situation without the courts. That is to say, majorities, or they may represent what, this is my feeling about what our our users want. These could be majoritarian values that end up with hate speech. That's what I was getting to with the business issue.
I agree, and I think one of the hard parts is sort of like which minority interests get abused in which ways, because I think both like nation state and also private actors have different ways of failing to do right by less powerful groups. And so I think there's certainly folks who are from sort of internet policy land who would say like Sesta Fawcett and other things have really done a pretty poor job, like in the name of protecting some group, has really disempowered a whole group of other people whose lives are much worse as a result.
Right.
And so that was a failure of coverage or something. And so I think other critiques could go the other way, that you have platforms that, like you say, have rules that are based on the majority. We don't want to see this, and then other groups are either disempowered or they're not. The rules don't work the way that they want them to, and so it's in a tech product that has a good amount of segmentation and proportionality, and like sort of the equivalent of neighborhoods where you can go and do lots of different things in different ways. There's a little bit of a safety valve in my view, that there's ways to interact where you can interact with a group of people that you're choosing to interact with along a set of rules of the road that make sense to you. In products that are either, like I said, less differentiated or have less of a feeling of being able to make choices within that environment, you're going to have more of that feeling of like, oh, either I'm here or I'm not here, and if I'm here, I'm following this rule set, which I don't like, or something like that. And so there's a lot, like, there's potential for, I say, having different, either the majority or like different sub-majorities, depending on what you're doing, of their views dominating, and then creating these same sort of questions of like, how do you protect minority interests?
And sort of Emma got at this other issue too that's similar along these lines, which is the nature of consent. I mean, it's crucial. These companies have rules laid out, and you actually consent to them when you join the company. It has to be that way. But I do think Emma's point earlier is a good one, that people don't know the rules. They also probably are pretty much unaware that they've consented to them at an early, because I just want to get on the network, I think would be the more typical thing. And then the rules themselves, what is the status of them? Because if we're going to set up courts about this, or think of it in those terms as private entities, the Constitution in the United States has all sorts of historical problems, we know, but it has an ideal too, and you consent to it. It's a social contract ideal. You've agreed to these rules. So actually no one can complain when they get banned or their speech gets regulated on Facebook, because they agreed to the rules, and now they agreed to a process for determining if you've broken the rules. But I'm not sure people see it that way at all, and indeed the content moderation rules, the community standards themselves, I tend to think of it as the consent is no worse than it is to the regular consent in our political lives, because no one really, if we don't move to Denmark, we're assumed to have consented to the US Constitution, basically. And you don't really do that, and Facebook's sort of like that too. But I can well see that people would think of it differently, right?
Well, and I think one of the big questions for, and it's an empirical question, right, of like how much do users of particular services know about what those rules are? What do they know about the availability of opportunities to appeal or to flag and report content, right? I mean, because content policies aren't only about taking some people's content down, it's helping other people protect themselves from abuse or harassment by bringing in the service provider to say, hey, something's happening that's against your rules. So I think there's absolutely, to your point, that just having a long set of terms of service or even a really detailed set of community guidelines doesn't necessarily translate into your users understanding what those rules are, let alone kind of internalizing them as norms. And I think that's a big challenge, again, especially on really large platforms where there is much less of that kind of direct participation in the development of the norms. If you think about a message board or a mailing list, or I'm sure everybody in this room is probably on some mailing lists, and the way that the norms of that list get developed, sometimes overtly, but also sometimes just by you watch and you see how other people send to that list. You send something, it gets a bad reply, you think, I'm not gonna do that again. You see somebody send an email that you just know is gonna touch off 2 weeks of nonstop clutter in your inbox, and you archive the whole thread for a while. We actually do participate in the development and perpetuation of norms of online communication in a lot of different ways. But I think right now what we're seeing, especially with big social media companies, is a real disconnect between people's feeling of attachment, empowerment, and understanding of what those norms are, which then also makes them pretty bad purveyors of those norms and pretty bad kind of reinforcers of those norms if they're not sure what those are.
But the community standards surely started out as a business proposition, and they grew out of in the sense that you do want to, that is to say, what I mean by that is that we put these, ultimately we were trying to get this company growing through that period, and there was stuff on there that we thought ultimately would prevent that. We didn't ask people, but we put it out there, and it's also a majoritarian kind of thing. So that seems to be a big part of it. I wonder, some people have recommended, and this seems to me in terms of participation, that instead of having content moderation as something that happens to me by people who own the service, I actually participate at a certain level. For example, there's been discussions or proposals about acting as participants or users acting as juries, right? There was also a proposal by Cato adjunct fellow David Post several years ago that more of putting things on the agenda, more of participation on elections. Now, in this particular case, the Post proposal, it really didn't go anywhere because people didn't want to participate. It may well be the case that people want the service, but if you did something like try to have juries decide about some of these cases, more user-oriented, I think the real question would be, would people do it?
And on some services they do, right? So there's a platform called Twitch that you might be familiar with.
Probably not me, but I'm sure
well,
somebody.
it's for watching people play video games online. Yes. So I'm sure
I've
you
heard
spend
of
a lot of time on it, yes. And I believe Twitch and a couple other video streaming platforms have actually used the jury concept in comments on videos, because you can get very sort of unwieldy comment sections alongside streamers' videos, and so you can have people, so this is just to say that I think this is a good example of circumstances where just the concept itself, absent any particular community, may not go very far, but you can also probably find specific applications of it where it's like, oh, because this is an invested community that has an interest in maintaining this particular part of it, the comment section alongside a stream, to be relatively functional, that you can actually get enough buy-in from people to do the job of volunteering, to do the job of moderating, and to do the job of the rest of the users of pretty much going along with what those rules are.
Jago.
Yeah, no, but I think, to the extent that community guidelines are being developed, for instance, in Brussels and Berlin, then they may not necessarily reflect, a profit motive, because they are guidelines that you would not have adopted if you were not forced to it by government. And if you're an American, brought up with the First Amendment tradition, you could argue that it's a form of moderation without representation, because these guidelines are not being shaped by by politicians in DC, but by politicians in Brussels and Berlin, whom you have no influence over in any direct manner because you can't vote for them and you can't really influence them.
Yeah, there's a guy at the Cyber Law podcast who often says, I want to be there the first time an American has their speech taken down because of European law. And he's convinced that that's the moment of conservative triumph. It'll just all fall apart then.
Well, I think I would argue that happens every day.
That happens all the time.
We're well past that.
Yeah, and depends where. I mean, it's also, I think, what part of where the rubber meets the road on this is in territoriality, because it's sort of like you might have an American having their speech restricted in Europe when you have something geofenced. And so you get, part of, I think, what this has done is like create new, like splinter the, creates the splinter net and creates a question of like, if different speech communities have their own norms, to the extent that they're going to have different things happening, we're not going to have one internet. We'll have some other thing, and we're not going to have no internet, but it's certainly not going to be the same everywhere, and maybe that's an acceptable outcome, but we're not going to have, whatever the vision was of connecting people and all of us seeing similar information is not going to be where we wind up.
So we're getting toward the question and answer period. And we have actually a question from Twitter, from Michael Nelson. The question is, could better means of, for the entire panel, could the better means of digital ID favor better, accountable online speech over anonymous hate speech from trolls and bots? In other words, what if 90% of Twitter users had blue check marks? So this is the whole question that also we haven't gone into much, is the question of anonymity, its role in this, and would speech be different if it weren't anonymous? And would it be, in a sense, the question you raised initially about better people, would you have better people if you weren't anonymous? Despite I know the Federalist Papers were anonymous and all of that. That's what people are going to argue. But there's this other side to it, right?
I think the current harms and frustrations are putting pressure on like some of the existing speech doctrines and norms, and anonymity is one of them. I think, so I guess should always start by saying there's sort of mixed research on this as to whether this helps as much as people might think. Like you won't have anonymous Russian trolls, but the notion that people will behave well because their real name is attached to their activity online, I think we've seen pretty well that that's not true in many instances. So it's like there's some conduct where it might make a difference, there's some conduct where it probably will make depressingly little difference. But I think there's a whole bunch of folks in the US who'd say like anonymous speech has to be protected for lots of reasons, protecting people from the powerful, allowing certain communities to find each other. But I think in this current environment, I think of it as like, because the pressures of harms, government perception of harm and other things are putting pressure on different ways that this mechanism has worked for a while.
Yeah.
Anonymous speech is definitely one of the things that feels like is bending a little bit because of this question of finding a solution. And another solution that people come up with, sort of like persistent identity, that like you don't have to be you necessarily, but you have to be the same person more consistently, and then at least your track record will inform people's ability to trust you. And then there's like different technological versions of this. So I think the answer is like experimentation will probably happen, but the notion that the law should be less protective of anonymous speech is also, I think, pretty worrisome.
Yeah. Plus one to all of that, but also I thought it was interesting that Mike used the example of everyone will have a blue check mark because I think it does a great job at illustrating how far and not really that far such an effort would go. Because Mike, as a savvy Twitter user, probably understands that like the blue check mark is about Twitter has verified that the identity behind this account is who they say they is, right? And maybe lots of people in this room, they know that it's a really pretty minimal guarantee of anything. But in the popular culture, it means all sorts of things. People have imputed a lot of meaning. It means veracity. It means Twitter endorses this statement. They almost certainly do not. People read a lot of things into these kinds of labels, and I think we'd see the same thing with this idea that, oh, okay, somebody at a service provider has looked at your driver's license or your passport, if you have them, and decided you're okay to get online today, doesn't really tell us much at all, and in the meantime probably means we have many fewer voices from marginalized and vulnerable communities part of the conversation.
There's going to be, the pressure is on, and you're right about anonymity, but Also, these are transnational entities for the most part, right? And and even in the United States, I think the whole question of have had a fairly mandated disclosure of people who give to campaigns, and you would have thought that would have caused lots of problems, because actually it's people, you have to publicly say you oppose somebody who's going to end up in office, and they might use the government against you. I think probably that kind of thing has had some bad effects, but it's had surprisingly few events in which I was surprised, in which the disclosed information is used by the government against people. But there are countries in the world where it will lead to people's deaths. It will lead to their liberties being, these companies will have, are you going to do some kind of geo-blocking in that, and having different policies in different places and so on? I think it's going to be very hard.
It would be like this. I think it would have the same consequences as European hate speech laws that are being used or abused, depending on your perspective, by authoritarian states for their own purposes. It would be the same with anonymity. It would be every dictator's dream to say, well, this is the new global standard, that you can't participate on social media platforms anonymously. And would you want to, if you're an Egyptian, write something critical of the government there, or any other number of countries where anonymity is absolutely essential for challenging, for speaking truth to power, basically.
Well, what about the disinformation idea? So hate speech is one side of it. The other side is various forms of false speech, or transmitting false ideas. Doesn't that have a lot of, the Russian example always comes first and so on, but doesn't that have enormous capacity for abuse? I was recently at a university, and it was at a very mainstream kind of presentation, and the speaker, who was talking about another report that had been done, was talking about the problems of elections and disinformation, and he kept coming back to the example of Fox News. So my understanding into this point was, disinformation, Russian trolls, so on, so forth. They're really the kind of, you might want to, there's protection issues and stuff, but nobody's really thinking about sort of the middle, what, for better or for worse, the speech as part of the political system in the United States. But he seemed to view Fox News as a disinformation source because it said things that weren't true. Is that really so? What kind of threat does the idea of misinformation, disinformation, propaganda, all those terms, as a private matter, private content moderation, present?
I think, laws against fake news and false information are really old. Like I think you have an English precedent going back to 1275, but it's also like, if you take every single authoritarian state and also the totalitarian ones, they have laws against false information, disinformation, and it's one of the first things that they will legislate about. And it's quite interesting that some of the complaints that come out of European democracies about Russian disinformation mirror the complaints that the Soviet Union made in the 70s when they were being pushed to be more free speech protective as part of the Helsinki Accord, because you had Western radio stations that broadcast behind the Iron Curtain. Some of them were government, some of them were CIA funded, I believe. And so the Soviet Union came out and said, this is propaganda, this is false information, you have to stop this, we won't accept it. And of course, I'm not saying this as relativism or whataboutery, but I think it's a very difficult proposition to say, that democracies and institutions, private companies based in democracies, should crack down on disinformation because they have good values, whereas authoritarian states should are not allowed to do the same because they will just abuse it.
So we're running out of time. Let me turn to Twitter again for our final question. It comes from Jesse Blumenthal. If authoritarian countries splinter away, even if authoritarian countries splinter away, doesn't extraterritorial applications of speech laws from liberal democracies, like countries in Europe, create a race to the bottom for the countries that remain, a race to the bottom from a free speech point of view?
I mean, yes.
I mean, that was
Yeah.
that was the cyber law comment was that, you know, we're going to end up, whatever we end up with, whatever we want, we're going to end up with European laws, right? Generally.
Well,
right?
and I think, so one thing I'd like to draw out here too is that so what Jesse is referring to is something that's like actively happening in courts in Western democracies, this question of like extraterritorial reach of orders to companies to take content down, and seeing governments like Germany, like Canada saying, we are not satisfied with the application, with this geofencing, with the application of German law within the boundaries of Germany or Canadian law within the boundaries of Canada. We want this down around the world because that's the only way to get a complete remedy, to stop violating the trademark infringement, to stop violating the incursion on someone's privacy rights. We need worldwide takedown based on German law. This is something that governments like Turkey and Saudi Arabia and Russia and China have also been asking for many years. And so what's really striking is to see that shift has not been towards the kind of more speech protective, trying to pull the more controlling countries, authoritarian countries towards us, but we fear a shift of more of democracies towards saying, like, look, I need to, at best, I need to protect the interests of the people in my country, and that's going to require a global application of a order or an injunction. But I think one of the other ways that we're seeing this kind of thing play out is actually in terms of service. And you were talking about this earlier with the European Code of Conduct on illegal hate speech, and the shifts that we've seen in a number of governments in Europe, both at the EU level and member state level, to increasingly use companies' terms of service to seek removal of content that the government might kind of deem unlawful, but it's law enforcement's opinion, not like a court's judgment, and seek removal of that content under a company's terms of service because the terms of service or the community guidelines apply globally across the platform. So if you're the government of Germany and you tell the company with a court order, Twitter, this account violates our national law against neo-Nazi parties, the account cannot exist, and then they geofence that account in Germany. If you can get Twitter to agree that that account violates Twitter's terms of service, that account comes down worldwide. Nobody can have access to it. That's the kind of global remedy that we see a lot of governments looking for, and it's where I think we need to be really careful about blurring that line between what is government action and what is companies enforcing their community guidelines, because community guidelines can be quite powerful as far as the spread and the scope of the remedy, and governments are definitely getting savvy to that.
Yeah, this is something we definitely thought about, because the first times that I remember seeing these, when you would have a government show up as like as a litigant within the set of rules that we had made, it was, I think it was odd, because it was sort of like, as you say, if you raise a legal claim or if you raise like a state threat of X, Y, and Z, it goes to sort of like the legal team, or it gets escalated along a certain pathway within like any particular company's bureaucracy. But if you give like a very legible complaint that fits into the rules of content moderation within that platform and like works the rule set in a way that is very legible, you might wind up getting a decision made that is much simpler and much more straightforward. And I would think initially probably what happens, people didn't realize like, oh, the fact that it's a state actor maybe should trip some other thing. But I think we're there now, where it's like, even if a state actor shows up and wants to be a litigant within that like private speech arbitration rule set, the fact that they are a state actor, I think is given. My guess is it's still given consideration of companies. But there's it's a really interesting it's a really weird cul-de-sac that we wound up on this one.
Yep. And I think it a little bit depends on how you get to the question, like how are you answering that question? Because I've also heard from different companies that if they're making a judgment under their community guidelines, they want as little as possible information about who sent the notice, because they don't want to be influenced by it, right? And so if you're guarding against the risk of being unduly influenced, knowing that this flag came from a law enforcement official, and you kind of shield yourself or your moderators from that information, then like on the one hand, I can understand that. You don't want to give more weight to something coming from an authority, but on the other hand, maybe that's not the right question to be asking. Maybe it's, should we be in a different process entirely if government is at all involved? But that could also lead the company to having the very awkward situation of thinking, I think this content violates my terms of service, and I'm going to leave it on my platform because of who notified me about it. it gets even more complicated if you're outside of the US and Section 230's strong protections and in a more kind of conditional notice-based liability regime where in fact, if you are aware of the content, you might start becoming legally responsible for it, which is absolutely an angle that I think law enforcement across Europe that has a notice and action kind of regime is banking on, because then if law enforcement knows that the company knows about this content because law enforcement was the one who told the company about the content, that really starts, I think, truly invoking the liability risk to the company in a way that we just don't see in the US because Section 230 is as strong as it is.
On that note, this panel has to come to an end. I don't think we would want to have it end otherwise, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for a great panel. Now, the next step is a break, and that will be out in the atrium, and then we'll be back here in about 10 or 15 minutes for the next round. Listen for the chime. That's when the next panel starts. Thank you.
Ready for my questions sent via DM from the intern. All right, I think we're about to start. Thank you everyone for coming to our last panel of the day, where we'll be dealing with platform efforts to tackle abuse and extremism on social media and the effect of 230 on these platform efforts. Joining me on stage to my left is Jennifer Huddleston, the Director of Technology and Innovation Policy at the American Action Forum. She's standing in today for Jeff Kossoff, who is unfortunately feeling ill this morning and responsibly decided to refrain from attending. Jennifer's research focuses on the intersection of emerging technology and law. Her work has appeared in a wide range of outlets, including USA Today, the Chicago Tribune, Business Insider, Slate, and The Hill. Jennifer has appeared on media outlets, including CNBC and Fox Business, to discuss technology-related issues. She's also testified before Congress and state legislators, and has been a regular panelist on issues such as transportation, innovation, data privacy, and liability for content on online platforms. Thank you very much for last minute agreeing to join us today. To my left is Kathy Gellis. Kathy is a lawyer specializing in the convergence of technology and civil liberties. Her practice includes advocacy and counsel related to copyright and intellectual property, free speech, privacy, and other innovation policy matters affecting technology use and development, with a particular focus on how these issues interact with internet platforms and how the law affecting platforms also affects the public. Prior to becoming a lawyer, Kathy worked as a webmaster in Silicon Valley and France. She's a graduate of the University of California at Berkeley, where she double majored in sociology and mass communication, and earned a JD at Boston University with a concentration in intellectual property. Finally, we have Alan Butler, general counsel at the Electronic Privacy Information Center. In that capacity, he manages EPIC's litigation, including the amicus program, and files briefs in emerging privacy and civil liberties cases before the U.S. Supreme Court. Mr. Butler is also chair of the Privacy and Information Protection Committee of the ABA section on civil rights and social justice. He is a co-author of the most recent edition of Communications Law and Policy. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And to kick things off, let's start with Jennifer. How does Section 230 constrain or provide for platform action designed to tackle abuse and extremism? Here we're thinking about misuses of platforms and social media which have antisocial or illegal consequences, particularly consequences off-platform in the real world. These are some of the focal points of moderation, what moderators are most concerned about policing on platforms. However, this activity is provided for, essentially, by Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act.
Right, and this was one of the main elements of the creation of Section 230, and I have big shoes to fill in stepping in for Jeff Kossoff on this panel, who literally wrote the book on Section 230 that's available out in the hallway if you still haven't read or purchased it. When we think about the world in which Section 230 was being written by then Representatives Cox and Wyden, there were two key court cases that had come to two very dramatically different decisions. And they had to do with whether or not you were liable if you moderated at all regarding the online content. And this is the Prodigy decision and the CompuServe decision. And so looking at these kind of conflicts, the goal of Section 230 was to, in some ways, get rid of this moderator's dilemma, of the situation where you had an incentive not to moderate at all lest you be liable, and then you just left everything up. Or you had the opposite incentive where you were constantly moderating, where you were constantly looking for things that could possibly be offensive, or any content that anyone flagged as potentially problematic, you were going to take down out of an over concern of liability. So the idea behind Section 230 was that you allowed a large range of different content moderation strategies. And we've heard about some of those throughout the other panels today. And so there was this attempt to kind of solve this dilemma by providing some protection for those content moderation decisions that may need to be made so that you could have different platforms arriving at different decisions for content and also not have a concern about potential liability for content that was taken down and not have a concern that everything was just going to be this horrible place where anything goes and you would see a lot of content that your average consumer wouldn't want to be exposed to.
Thank you. When we're thinking about the sorts of content which is seen as harmful, which is moderated and taken down, some of it might be legal, but platforms don't want it out there. Their users may have a problem with it. Well, other content is outright illegal, or the ways in which people use platforms will be strictly for illegal ends. Alan, recently you filed an amicus brief in a case, Herrick v. Grindr, in which someone was using Grindr, a dating app for gay men, to stalk and harass their ex-boyfriend. Could you tell us a little bit about that case and potentially how CDA 230 comes into play there?
Sure. So to give some background, in the Grindr case, an individual in New York, Mr. Herrick, had been using the Grindr app in the past, but had stopped doing so when he was in a relationship in about 2015. But when that relationship ended in 2016, he was subject to a long string of harassment by his ex, including harassment that involved repeated use of the Grindr app. So essentially his ex created impersonating profiles of him with his personal information, image, his location in the Grindr app, and essentially solicited other individuals to harass him in person, basically making up stories about his interest in violent sexual encounters and various other tactics to basically deploy other people to physically stalk him, threaten him at his home, his place of business. And so this was really, I think this is really very different from the type of content moderation issue that was going on in the 90s when Section 230 was developed. I mean, this is a situation where a platform is being used essentially as a tool to facilitate offline abuse and harassment. And so ultimately, so we filed a brief, as you mentioned, in the Second Circuit. Ultimately, the Second Circuit determined that none of the kind of four of the state claims that Mr. Herrick had brought against Grindr, which were negligence, product liability, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and negligent infliction of emotional distress, could be sustained because Section 230 basically provided blanket immunity for all actions that Grindr took as a platform, which we can get into, but I don't think that's really the right way to understand 230.
Well, in a way, we usually think of 230 as applying to speech claims. But in this case, while these claims were phrased as and understood by the plaintiffs as product liability claims, the court understood them differently. And Kathy, you've dealt with a couple cases in this vein.
Yeah, ultimately, like even in the Herrick v. Grindr case, the court recognized that there was really no question that Section 230 applied because this was user-generated speech. The creation of the bad profiles and the bad advertisements that, these were terrible things that this person had done, but this was their speech. It was their speech that was wrongful and leading to these terrible consequences. When we look at some of these other cases where the courts have maybe had some difficulty in recognizing Section 230's applicability, they're having a harder time recognizing that there is also a speech element. I'm thinking in particular with the HomeAway case versus the city of Santa Monica, which is similar to a case that Airbnb had with the city of San Francisco. They want to be able to impose regulation on user postings. Now that's fine in theory to the extent that it reaches the user. What is legal for a user to advertise within that local jurisdiction? But they're trying to lever the power against the users by putting regulatory pressure on the platforms to say, we've decided which posts are legal and which posts aren't, and you need to
police them for us, and if you don't police it correctly, then we're going to make you liable for letting an illegal ad stay up. But an illegal ad is still an ad. It's user speech. It may be speech that fits one type of message for that particular platform. Of, you know, instead of Twitter where you can say anything, it's Airbnb where you can pretty much only say, I have a home to rent. But that's still speech. Somebody, when making that post, is saying, I have a home to rent. And if you impose liability on the platforms for letting the wrong I have a home to rent speech remain up, now you've sort of missed the point of Section 230, which is supposed to provide, to shield the platforms for liability for crappy, wrongful, illegal things that their users have done. It's imposing the liability in defiance of that law.
Well, and if I could just jump in really quick, I think it's really important when we're having these conversations to note that Section 230 is about the platforms and their liability, not the user themselves. So there's nothing that stops you from suing the user who did the defamatory action. There's nothing that stops the police from going to arrest the user on Grindr who was sending people to that if it's violating a criminal law and whatnot. That you're still, it's about the platform that's hosting the content, not the user and their liability protection.
And it's an important distinction to make that, you know, I consider myself a defender of Section 230, and for others, like, you know, making the same arguments that I'm making, it's not to say that we're cheering for bad stuff on the internet. Like, bad stuff, it may be entirely appropriate to have law that punishes the bad stuff. We just want to make the people directly responsible for the bad stuff responsible for it, and not the intermediaries who are also, to the extent that they facilitate it, are also facilitating an awful lot of good stuff. Because the fear is if they are liable for the bad stuff, they're not going to be free to allow the good stuff, and that would come at a huge cost for, you know, everybody who is using the internet constructively.
But I think it's also important, you know, to keep in mind. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought here. I was going to respond to one thing, I started responding to another thing. You know, as to the issue of going after the individual, if you take the Herrick case as an example, I think we have to be real about how these platforms work. I mean, of course, Mr. Herrick went after the individual who was harassing him. He filed 13 claims with the police. He got a restraining order, but it does nothing, right? I mean, these platforms, in this case of Grindr, facilitates someone remotely basically leveraging third parties to harass you, which a restraining order can't stop. And so, you know, it really is a situation where it's not like the type of circumstances that we've seen in the past. It's not like someone just posting on a bulletin board. I mean, maybe the closest thing is, you know, the underlying facts of the Zarin case, where an individual's phone number was posted with a post he claims was fake associated with the Oklahoma City bombing, and then he was basically, his phone was subject to all these harassing calls.
Someone had read it out on the radio as well.
But in that case, he was bringing defamation claims, which are so like squarely in the boundaries of 230 because they concern a publisher and a speaker. Whereas here, the claims had nothing to do with, nothing in the torts of negligence or infliction of emotional distress or product liability involves speaking or publishing in the torts themselves. Obviously, the conduct we're looking at is the effect of these particular words or these particular information that was shared. But I do think it creates a bit of a difference in how you analyze 230.
Although if the question is, the restraining order couldn't do anything, it suggests that we need to put more attention into what our restraining orders can do. If the only thing that was going to protect Mr. Herrick from this terrible behavior was the platform, that suggests that we have a failure of law in other places, not necessarily Section 230. The problem when we put all the weight on Section 230 and blame it for absolutely everything wrongful that happens is we lose it to facilitate all of the stuff that's not terrible. And even if we start looking more broadly about, maybe Grindr should have done more, the question is also, perhaps, but at what cost? If we're imposing liability because but for Grindr being the platform, nothing bad would have happened, but for Grindr being there and facilitating the successful relationships to the extent that people have used them and enjoy using the service, they don't get to be there for that either. That but for analysis needs to, I think, bend in favor of shielding the platform if we want to make sure that platforms can exist at all.
I think a lot gets put on the issue of liability in the 230 debates, and I think one thing that's interesting about the Grindr case is it's an example where, you know, to in a sense solve the problem in that individual case, you don't need liability. All you need is to provide a mechanism for Mr. Herrick to have that imposter profile taken down, essentially an injunctive remedy. And I don't really see why an injunctive remedy in that context that's gone through a judicial review process would prohibit any of these platforms from existing.
Well, that wasn't the only remedy requested,
No,
as I remember. And there were a couple other changes to the platform which could be seen on one hand as enhancing safety, particularly in Herrick's context, but if applied elsewhere in the world, might have different implications. There were suggestions that Grindr ought to know its customers, require them to use their real name and, say, show a government-issued ID. But there are some trade-offs in that, perhaps? What do you think those are? Or
I think there are trade-offs, that the more we think through, where it's really easy to see a problem and really easy to conjure up what appears at first glance to be a fix to the problem. It's really hard to think through the full range of consequences of that fix, which is why people like me tend to push back on some of these recommendations, because it doesn't scale well out of solving this particular problem. When you deal with the sheer amount of volume that even the smallest platforms end up dealing with, it's going to break down, it's going to catch false positives, it's going to catch a lot of false positives, it's going to co-opt resources that might be better deployed to other forms of moderation that might even be more effective and community protective. That's the problem. In any particular court case, we're dealing with something terrible has happened, and we're looking for a judicial remedy to fix the terrible thing that happened. And courts get very focused on that, and it's very easy for them to be tempted to say, all right, if Section 230 is the only thing standing in the way of remunerating, providing redress for this problem, let me get Section 230 out of the way. But then you get it out of the way, and then it is no longer there doing any of the work that it needs to do. And getting back to your point about the injunctive remedy, that too is one of the things that doesn't scale very well. Section 230 legally operates to preclude the injunctive relief against the platform because of the way it functions as an immunity, but that's not a bug, that's a feature. There's reasons why that's a good thing, because when you can force the platforms to take things down, now you've opened up where, and I know there was the point earlier about not throwing around this word censorship when it's private actor based, but now you're starting to look at censorship from a government standpoint, because a judicial court mandating behavior, you run into an awful lot of problems with due process. Are they getting it right? And a lot of other free speech concerns, even to the extent that it targets truly wrongful behavior, you have a lot of problems at that scale. And so having the immunity function more broadly to say, no, you don't get to bring the platform into court to impose, extract any form of remedy from them, monetary or injunctive relief, because if we do that, we just tempt all sorts of trouble where all of a sudden 230 isn't working at all.
Jennifer,
I was going to say, I think to, in some ways, echo something that was said earlier, there not only are the trade-offs in terms of the potential impact on other types of speech, on the potential impact on the trade-offs about something that seems like, in a lot of cases, a really good, really easy idea, like real name culture and location, and then you think of a country where there still may be laws that prohibit a certain type of behavior that we accept in the US, and those same facts could be used against a person. At the same time, there's the question of what if it's one thing to look at having the government involved when it's a government you like or a policy or someone in control that you like. What about when it's the other side? And we should be cautious about giving government actors tools that we would not be okay with the opposite philosophy having those same tools for regulation.
So what did the situation look like before 230? You recently wrote a piece along with Brent Skorup arguing that we were in some ways moving towards a 230-esque rule. In light of that, how might a case like Herrick come down before the advent of 230 if it were a classified ad placed in a newspaper or something?
So it's interesting because a lot of times what we hear is that Section 230 is this carve-out big gift to the tech companies, as if it came down from heaven and created this brand new theory of liability exemption. But in our research, what Brent Scarp and I found is that there actually were some precedents that would lend themselves to a 230-like type of protection, whether it was the wire service defense or conduit liability, or looking at cases involving libraries and the contents of their books, or booksellers and the contents of their books, what the expectations were for knowing everything that was published. When it comes to classified ads, it's kind of interesting because, of course, there are laws that you can hold a newspaper liable for when it comes to classified ads, things that violate the Fair Housing Act, for example. On the other hand, there are certain things that I don't think many of us, and unfortunately I don't know off the top of my head a particular case I can point to, but if you were to, say, get a bad saxophone out of the local newspaper ad, the idea of being able to sue the newspaper because they didn't vest that the saxophone worked perfectly, I don't think is a reasonable expectation.
So I think the answer to your question is there's general rules of secondary liability about when do we hold somebody responsible for somebody else's behavior. And the answer always was not always. Sometimes you could hold the person secondarily liable, and sometimes the law just didn't like that. It violates our notion of fair play and things like that. The problem is litigating is really, really expensive. So even if the platform who might get sued in a world without Section 230 might ultimately win and be, exonerated and not be liable for the crappy thing somebody else did, that could be game over for the company before they potentially bankrupting them before they can even get to that decision. And especially if you're dealing with potential complaints at scale, it's 4 digits to call up your lawyer and get some good advice. It's 5 digits if you start filing pleadings, and 6 or 7 if you're getting into full-blown litigation and heaven forbid a judgment. So Section 230 is to sit there to say, we would like the internet to exist. We want to make it safe for people to innovate interesting services and be available for people. And so we need to make sure that we don't extract this crippling toll as they innovate their way onto providing us with all these things because of issues that may not even be meritorious in the end.
Not only might it be game over for an existing company, but then it also can create a new barrier to entry for that next idea. It makes it harder for that next kid with an idea in a garage of creating some service that's going to host user-generated content, or of someone trying to decide whether or not to have comments on their blog or on their local newspaper website, to make that decision when you know that that's going to open you up to new liability if someone uses it for a purpose that you never intended them to.
Now, not all unintended purposes are necessarily harmful. People find their own, often outside-the-box uses for things. In the past week, we've seen Chinese students assigned homework using an app, mass downrating the app to 1 star, getting it kicked off the App Store. But again, that can speak to the unintended consequences of even an app store is providing a rating function. No one intended for that to be used by young people to dodge their homework, and yet, in practice, that's how it's shaken out. However, Section 230's protections are not totalizing. It includes exemptions for federal criminal law if someone has created a platform that itself is doing something illegal, and also for copyright law. And thinking, Alan, of your impersonation case, do you think there's any application for copyright law here? Yeah,
I think it's a very good point that to flag the fact that there are exceptions built into the statute itself. 1, 2. I think when we talk about applying the statute in current or hypothetical cases, obviously courts have to interpret what the statute says and then interpret what the statute actually says based on what they understand Congress intended with those words. And so kind of on 2 separate points, we're taking the second first, I think that it's great to talk about the value of immunity to providers. I get it. It's valuable. Immunity is great. People love immunity. The statute doesn't say immunity. The statute focuses on whether those companies can be held liable as a publisher or speaker, and those are terms of art. And so I think when we look at the application of 230 in a particular case, we have to look and see, are they being held liable as a publisher or speaker? And even if they are, to your point, there are exceptions. We make exceptions for copyright violations, and in some cases, that can be a tool, and especially in cases, potentially in the imposter profile cases, in some cases involving non-consensual pornography, which is a whole other category of harassment and abuse. But I think, taking a kind of a step to the side a minute and putting on a policy hat, I think we have to think about in 2020 when we're looking at 230 and there's serious conversations happening in Congress about how can it be sort of updated or amended to deal with some of the issues we're seeing today. What is the logic of person A being able to successfully block or take down non-consensual pornography because they took the picture, but person B not being able to take down non-consensual pornography because they didn't take the picture? Agreeing as a basis of argument that it definitely is non-consensual pornography in those two cases, just because one person has a copyright claim, they can take it down. I don't see how that distinction at all sort of solves the parade of horribles of, oh, the platforms are just going to get sued to death. Well, they can get sued to death for copyright violations. So I'm not really sure then if the law is actually succeeding what it purportedly intends to do.
I think that tends to cut against the change 230 argument, because we look at what happens in the copyright space, where the point being is Section 230 applied very broadly, but it carved out if the thing that was wrong with the user content is it violated federal criminal law, Section 230 would provide no protection. Until recently, that generally tended to be matters of like child porn and things like that, and so the platforms would have to muster their resources to make sure that they weren't being used for those purposes. But it tended to be a very focused, this is what we're going to spend some resources on, as opposed to absolutely everything that they could possibly police for. The second thing was if the thing wrong with the content was it violated, well, it's phrased more vaguely than this, but basically if the thing that was wrong with it violated an intellectual property right. And generally, as we know it, this tends to be, it potentially violates a copyright. Now, there is still some protection for platforms. They fall under, we've got the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, but while I called Section 230 an immunity, because that's how it functions, the DMCA is a safe harbor, which makes it a lot more conditional that a platform, if they want to be protected and not be liable for their users' potential infringement, has to jump through a whole lot of hoops. It's very conditional. And like even if you just take these two statutes and put them next to each other, Section 230 is a very easy to read statute. You don't need a law degree to read Section 230 and basically know how it's working. With the DMCA, good luck with it. Even if you've got the JD, good luck with it. Even courts get caught up and wrong and make mistakes because it's a very, very, very difficult statute to parse. And the upshot to that is it means that the protection of platforms is a lot more ambiguous. And as a result, platforms tend to need to be very frightened about what content they leave up on their sites, because if there's the potential chance that they might be held liable for it, they better take it down. And so this is why when we look at the internet, we sometimes see Swiss cheese of this content is no longer available thanks to a copyright claim. And it may be something that was not infringing at all, but they got a takedown notice, and they basically, even assuming they can police the sheer volume of takedown notices they get to figure out, even if they could figure out which ones are valid and not, they probably don't have the resources to handle those numbers. They probably aren't going to know, and any decision is going to involve a significant amount of risk if in the face of a takedown notice that may or may not be a valid takedown notice, they leave it up anyway. And this is why things go down. This is why content is missing that is lawful and beneficial, and why bad actors can game the DMCA because they can force content down by using that pressure, the Achilles heel, the fear of liability, and use that against a platform to cause the platform to be their agent, essentially, of privately enforced censorship. This isn't a good thing. This is Exhibit A for why we should not touch Section 230, because to the extent that it does apply clearly and cleanly, that's a good thing because we see what happens if it doesn't apply and they don't have the protection.
And I think there's something interesting there too, of we talk a lot about Section 230 at scale and the volume of content, but there's also this other question of Section 230 with new platforms, with innovative platforms, and with some platforms that are somewhere in the middle. So we've heard today about things like Wikipedia, HomeAway or Airbnb. When you think about that content, that's, again, user-generated content, but is much different than a social networking site or a search engine site in what they may be dealing with, but still, in a world without Section 230, have to have additional concerns about what do we do now if somebody misuses our platform, if somebody misrepresents what they're doing, if someone uses our platform for something other than its intended purpose to do something that we could now be liable for.
Well, Kathy, you recently worked on a case involving Arms List, a sort of classified ad site for firearms. And there, the site isn't, say, as in HomeAway or Oberdorf, processing transactions or shipping goods, but instead people are just posting adverts to it and then maybe meeting up to conduct a transaction or going to an FFL. How were they protected by 230 in this, and how might the speech featured in Arms List differ from other commercial speech?
Well, essentially it goes back to that example I gave that online classifieds are basically speech that says, I have something to sell. In this case, the I have something to sell is I have a firearm to sell. What this lawsuit was is, well, this case was terrible. Let's talk about what was terrible about it, which is that somebody who never should have owned a gun used the site to find somebody selling a gun, bought the gun in the parking lot of a McDonald's. So let's point out that McDonald's did not get sued, even though it was their parking lot that actually got used for this transaction. But they bought the gun, and then they went and they shot their ex-wife and I think the other people and stuff. So this was terrible. This is a person who never should have bought the gun because they were intending to use it against other people. The interesting thing is it was actually a perfectly legal gun sale based on the way Wisconsin gun laws worked.
But for the fact that one party was a felon who couldn't possess
Well, it was legal. Well, so let's put a pin in that for a second. So the lawsuit was from, the estate and the survivors of how dare you have any role in facilitating that this terrible thing could happen. You designed your website knowing that people are going to buy guns, and you didn't have any basis to screen whether they should be having them or not. And that seems to, let's accept that that is basically the case with Arms List. The lower court said, nope, Section 230 doesn't do it. And then the appeals court said, wait a minute, we just don't like that result. Surely you could have done more. You didn't design your site well enough to do this policing. So they reinstated the lawsuit. And then there was a cert petition to the Wisconsin Supreme Court, which took up the case and said, no, this is clearly falling under Section 230 because Section 230 does not want platforms to be directed by government entities, essentially, to design their sites in any particular way. That's not something the statute allows, and that's not good policy itself either. But when I talk about, like we were talking before, about if the restraining order didn't work, let's look at why the restraining order was not sufficient to stop this harm. The same thing is true with Arms List. And I wonder if it's legal to shout gun control in a Cato theater, but this is kind of what we're looking at. That was a legal gun sale. And maybe that gun sale should not have been legal. And then we might be looking at different things about who else might be liable, including the potential seller of the gun. Bad things have happened, and we don't want bad things to happen, but we need to look very carefully at where to put the regulatory pressure to stop the bad things. And we just keep kind of taking all these shortcuts and blaming it on the platforms. And particularly given that the Arms List thing wasn't actually illegal, it was something that Wisconsin gun law invited. I think that's a mistake, and I think the Supreme Court in Wisconsin was correct to sort of go back to first principles and say, we don't get to muck with this law because it'll muck up much more than just addressing this case.
So in both Herrick and Arms List, we saw litigation designed to essentially shift platforms in perhaps small but important ways in order to render them safer or less vulnerable to abuse. Why are platforms increasingly this sort of first stop shop for both law enforcement and government demands and these user litigation as the party that ought to change their conduct, rather than, say, looking to a shift in law or the behavior of other third parties?
I mean, this is all new to us. The Section 230 is 20 years old, but things have kind of, increasingly picked up speed in terms of how many people are online and all the different things they can use online services for. We don't really know how this plays out. We don't know what it's like to have 7 billion people have the ability to talk to each other. And we're not entirely using this power universally as constructively as maybe would be ideal. There's a lot of growing pains, and it's very easy to get very frustrated, to get very scared, and look for the easy targets. Platforms are presumed to have a lot more resources that can provide redress to people who've been hurt than the people who actually did the hurting. So it can be very tempting to address lawsuits towards those platforms. And it can be very tempting on a policy level to say, wait a minute, bad stuff is happening on the internet. Section 230 facilitates the internet, so therefore Section 230 is bad. And what I'd counsel is that we need to look more broadly. We need to look at, if there's bad things, if there's bad externalities, I think we have to be much more strategically focused on what those bad things are and what better targets them, both on a specific level of is it the restraining order and better gun control or things like that, and also in terms of if we think the platforms are not optimally incentivized to do the best they can to protect us, let's make sure they have more incentives, and let's look at the things that are distorting their choices. What are the other regulatory pressures they're on? Is the CCPA diverting resources so they're not moderating effectively? I think the answer is yes. Do we have cybersecurity rules that are consistent with this goal of let's make the platforms be our partners in giving us the best internet we can get? There's a lot of other places we can put the blame, but right now Section 230 is the easy target because it is the thing that's actually facilitating the internet, and we're a little bit frightened of the internet right now.
And I think at times you see that in some of the rhetoric, particularly in a post-FOSTA SESTA world.
Just going to get to that.
Where,
could you explain what FOSTA
and SESTA were an additional carve-out to Section 230 that occurred a few years ago now that were aimed at targeting online sex trafficking. So as was mentioned previously, there is already a carve-out for federal crimes. This was an additional carve-out, particularly related to content that could be seen as facilitating sex trafficking in some ways. A lot of this had to do around the conversation about a website called Backpage.com, and a lot of concerns about that. Backpage.com was actually taken offline for other reasons under other laws before FOSTA SESTA was signed into law. And there have been a lot of consequences beyond just concerns about sex trafficking as a result of this law. We saw Craigslist delete their personal section, for example. So this idea that a carve-out to Section 230 that's intended to address one bad thing won't have potential spillover effects on other legitimate speech. This is an example of how we've seen some of those trade-offs playing out right now in real time as well. But what we've also seen as a result of that, if you watch any of the various congressional hearings on online content moderation, a lot of times you'll hear calls for a FOSTA SESTA for insert whatever harm, a FOSTA SESTA for opioids, a FOSTA SESTA for child pornography, a FOSTA SESTA for extremism or for illegal home rentals, any number of whatever someone's particular issue or what they perceive as the greatest harm of that day is. And so as a result, you in some cases are seeing calls for large-scale changes to Section 230, but you're also seeing a lot of calls for additional carve-outs related to these other areas, in part usually utilized to try and leverage certain behavior, it seems, out of the tech companies of, if you don't do this yourself, then we'll come in with this law like we did last time.
Well, recently, we've seen a couple legislative attempts to change 230 by conditioning its intermediary liability protections on platforms having taken some set of steps in order to prevent abuse or illegal misuse of their sites. I think most prominently, we've had the Earn It Act released over the past couple weeks. What does the panel think about the effect of these sorts of liability conditioning bills on how platforms might police abuse? Is it likely to change things for the better, or?
Well, I wanted to just drag forward one point additionally from what you guys were just talking about, and that's that, frankly, when you have platforms out there that are operating under a philosophy of move fast and break stuff, sometimes they break stuff. And the result can be legislation because there's a demand for policy change. I mean, there are going to be situations, and I think FOSTA and SESTA is one of them, where lawmakers are simply not willing to go forward with the status quo. And there may be unintended consequences, but I think we've already acknowledged, talking about the Herrick case and the arms race case, that there are unintended consequences of the current system. I don't think anyone's argued that those outcomes in those cases were intended when Congress passed 230. So we're dealing with unintended consequences in both directions. Now the question is, what happens if you impose a new conditional system? And I think, depends on how the system is set up, right? I mean, I think that certainly changing incentives changes behavior. And so it depends on how that's directed and what the focus is. I mean, there's been talks about, I know Danielle Citron and others have proposed, a more direct focus on content moderation. Obviously, the Earn It Act focuses on child pornography material, which is obviously an important issue and something that law enforcement are largely already addressing in other ways. But
and part of that federally not covered content.
Yes. I think the devil is going to be in the details with all of these proposals, because it really depends on how are you changing incentives, what are the possible direct consequences and maybe side effects of those changes. But I just don't think it's tenable anymore to say we can't change anything, because even with even in the FOSTA-SESTA example, I mean, that was a change that some have sort of laid out the perhaps the unintended consequences of, but as far as I know, the internet still functions, and there's a little bit of a fear of, just comparing it to the conversation around net neutrality. There's a lot of folks that now talk about, on both sides really, about the kind of big picture harms that were discussed in the debates over the policy, to say, oh, if we don't adopt this rule that I'm advocating for, then this big bad thing will happen. And then time passes after one rule or another has been adopted, and we look backwards and say, well, okay, yes, Craigslist removed the personal section, but the internet otherwise still functions. It's an unintended consequence perhaps in one area, but it isn't systematic, right? It isn't fundamental to the system. So I think it will depend on the details. It will depend on exactly how these proposals are scoped, what the direct and unintended consequences would be.
But even Craigslist disabling even one section of its classified ads preemptively because they're afraid of how this statute will impose liability on them, that is lawful speech that a government urging has now been driven from the internet. So, okay, we still have other lawful speech, but I don't think we can say the internet is working fine when lawful speech has been driven off of it. That doesn't seem like a harm we can tolerate, and the more that we carve out exemptions, the more of those harms we're inviting. Even just one bit of lawful speech wrongfully driven from the internet at, essentially yielding to government pressure, I think is a huge constitutional problem. And I think that alone should cause us to say, hang on a second, time out, this may not be the way to go. The fact that the rest is working, I don't think saves the fact that that's a constitutional injury, and it was an injury.
It's not a constitutional injury. There's no government actor in that example that is directly regulating the speech. This goes to the point that was made on the earlier panel.
It doesn't take the state actor, that basically if you have the law that with state power you're creating the leverage. Also, FOSTA does give state power because the states can prosecute people under FOSTA claims. It's a mess, but even like defamation law, which is about private actors suing private actors, you get the state power because ultimately it's a state-created lever that allows one of the state private actors to use upon the other one, and there you've got your constitutional problem. And in this case, it took down things. One of the plaintiffs challenging the constitutionality of FOSTA is somebody he was a massage therapist, and he made his living by advertising on Craigslist, and now he can't earn his living, he can't reach his clientele the way he used to because his lawful speech has been disabled based on Craigslist reacting to this state-created power.
think you've really summed up how these levers can be used, again, in unintended ways. We've got about 10 minutes left on this panel, so I'd like to throw it open to the audience to ask questions. You can either tweet your questions using the Cato Technology hashtag if you're watching from afar, or simply raise your hand if you're in the auditorium. Yes, right there, Adam.
Adam Thier from Cato Center, George Mason. I'm wondering if you can address what is in many ways one of the great ironies of this debate is many people most vociferously advocating for greater forms of content moderation, the same ones who complain about the state of competition and the number of online platforms, digital services. And it seems to me that like the more that we get of forced content moderation of the style that many want, whether it's here or abroad, the less likely it is we're going to have sort of a vibrant marketplace in new types of platforms or services that might be another solution to the very concerns that people identify. So maybe you can, all of you, paint a picture going forward what this debate looks like in 5 years or so in terms of, Kathy, you were identifying earlier in terms of the costs that are already being faced with regards to existing laws and regulations. We know what, say, GDPR or CCPA are doing in terms of compliance costs. What does a new world of invigorated content moderation mandates look like, and are there any small players in platforms left?
So for those online who couldn't hear Adam's remarks, he's asked about whether there's a tension between a diversity of content moderation approaches, as you might see in a freer market for platforms, and these demands that all of our platforms assume similar moderation responsibilities in order to combat universally understood harms.
I think that was one of the beauties of Section 230 is that it creates a relatively low barrier to entry to create a new service that can have whatever content moderation norms that you feel serves a market that maybe is being underserved by current content moderation norms. So if you feel that, conservatives are being wrongly silenced by Facebook and you want to go create your own new social networking platform that you feel that raises up conservative speech, right now, you don't have to worry about the liability issues associated with that user-generated content. In those cases, certain exceptions, I was trained as a lawyer, so I have to say those things. In a world without Section 230, there's the question of content moderation at scale. It's very expensive. You're going to have to employ a lot of content moderators. You're probably going to have to employ a lot of lawyers to handle the potential litigation cases. But if you're a large company, you may be able to build in those costs or to take those costs away from something else that's more innovative. If you're a small guy trying to get off the ground, the cost of even arguing the case through to a certain point, let alone if you lost the case, can be incredibly damaging and potentially bankrupting for the small company. Not to mention the question of potential PR issues of if you're the company that decides you are going to push back against a claim, that you don't feel a claim is grounded, how does that play out in the marketplace of ideas as well?
I want to throw out another case name, UMG versus Shelter Capital. That's not a Section 230 case. That was a DMCA case, one where the Ninth Circuit said, actually, video hosting service, you're not liable for the copyright infringement of your users. And the reason the case is Shelter Capital is that was the funder of the company because the video service itself had gone bankrupt in the process of finding out that it wasn't liable for the potential infringements of its users. When you don't protect the platforms, it is game ending. We've seen it happen in the copyright space, and that's why I was saying it's a cautionary tale of why we should not turn Section 230 into Swiss cheese. The idea is to align the incentives. 230 at its core was Congress wants the most good stuff and the least bad stuff, and let's get the partners on board to be our partners in optimizing for both. So everything we do from a regulatory standpoint should be about preserving those incentives, because every time we undo those incentives and scare the platforms into reacting in a way, they stop optimizing as effectively in either category.
I mean, I don't think there's any question that if you lifted 230 immunity for even, in certain slivers, or certainly if you lifted it across the board, that the companies that would face the most immediate liability would be the biggest companies. I mean, Facebook, it's a scale and numbers game at some point, and the Facebooks and Googles and other large platforms of the world, I mean, unfortunately, Facebook owns most of them, so it's mostly Facebook, would face the biggest liability. And we have, the system we have right now is so heavily consolidated in that space, was developed under 230. So I think the argument that somehow the competition problem gets worse when we remove 230, the competition problem, frankly, is already very bad. So under 230, I don't really see, again, I think Facebook would face the biggest liability if 230 was lifted. I understand the problem faced by smaller platforms, but again, at scale, I think most of the litigation is attracted to the biggest platforms with the biggest pockets.
But Shelter Capital obliterated a competitor for YouTube. The point that we're making is that without the protection, you obliterate the competition. So all that will ever be is Facebook, because that's all that's going to be left standing. All the smaller things of if we don't want all of our videos to go to YouTube, it would have been really nice if we had this other service that we could choose, but we don't have that other service before because they got sued into oblivion because the protection wasn't effective for them. So if we want these choices and to not make sure it's just Facebook, we have to have this protection. And I'd also point out that Wikimedia is not Facebook. It's not commercial. It doesn't have the resources to be able to defend itself, but it exists at a scale that's akin to these larger platforms. What's their protection? And I don't think we can just say, well, let's make a Wikimedia carve-out, because then that's it. That's the game. That's Wikimedia, and that's all we will ever get. Especially the more unhappy we are with the internet that we have today, the more we need to enable us to get a better one. And a lot of this regulatory reaction seems to be designed to bake in all the crap we've got and get us stuck there.
I think we have time for just one more question. Well, I'll throw it to Matthew early then. A big thank you to all of our panelists. Done a great job, especially Jennifer popping in. And now I'll introduce Matthew Feeney to sum up the conference for the day. Thank you all.
You to stay on stage if you don't want to. But yes, thank you. So I'm going to try and bring this in on time and under budget. I just want to thank you all for coming today. I think this conference covered a lot of material and reinforced certainly my view that Section 230 is likely to be in our policy radar for the foreseeable future. And I'm sure that today's conversations about bias, internet company governance, First Amendment law, and responses to extremism and other harms will continue to inform future discussions. Before I let you all go, I want to extend a thanks to the speakers at today's conference who flew in not only from across the country but from across the world, especially given the current global response to the coronavirus situation. Some thanks, I think, special thanks is also due to Cato's event staff and interns who always play an instrumental role in ensuring that these events run smoothly. Thanks to my colleagues John Samples and Julian Sanchez for moderating. Thanks also to Will Duffield. You may not be able to tell, but today was actually Will's first public speaking engagement as a Cato employee. The last time, yeah, he gets a round of applause for that, well done. Stuff. The last time Will was on the stage, he was representing libertarianism in our annual debate with the Heritage interns, and I think he performed as admirably then as he did today. And I suppose the final thanks I want to extend is thank you for coming. The authors of Section 230 were not able to make it today, but I hope you'll all be able to join us when Senator Wyden and Mr. Cox do come to Cato to discuss the writing of the law that we've been discussing today. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, we've canceled the reception, though I'm sure some speakers will stick around to answer your questions. And with that, I will relieve you. Thank you again for coming. Okay.